Hello everyone and welcome to the Queen's Chess Festival final. My name is Fiona Steil-Antoni and I'm delighted to be joined by Women Grandmaster Anastasiya Karlovich. Anastasiya, how are you doing?
Hello, Fiona. I'm doing fine. It's really happy to be here right now for this Queen's Online Chess Festival finals. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm excited. Today is the last day of a festival that has been going on for quite a while. There was a lot of qualifying stages, then the semi-finals yesterday, and today is the big final. We'll talk about the prizes, what is at stake, what can the players win. Maybe first a quick word. So we're going to be looking at three different events. So there's
Exactly. Yes.
the one on the screen right now. That's the main event, the Queen's Festival. And then there are also two Princesses tournament. One is under 9 years old and one under 16. And Anastasiya, maybe you can tell us what they are playing for.
They're playing for really good prizes. Everybody who will win those events, they will go to Budapest, where the World Chess Olympiad will take place in 2024. I think it's a great prize. You can go for 3 days. You will get full board for yourself and for the company person, and then you will also visit the opening ceremony of the World Chess Olympiad. I'm sure many people are dreaming about it. What about you, Fiona? When you were a kid, were you dreaming to, let's say, attend such an interesting event like World Chess Olympiad?
For sure. In my experience, really, the Olympiad is the most special event out of, it's the biggest chess tournaments we have. There are so many teams, so many different countries, so many people, and the opening ceremony, I mean, the last one last year in Chennai was really incredible. I've been to, I've played 10 Olympiads now, I can't believe.
Exactly. I was just about to say, I mean, you were there as a player so many times. Yes, you had this experience to be as a player, as a journalist, many different experiences. So this is a great present for all chess fans, all the participants of this event. So something to fight for. Definitely.
Absolutely. And today, now we are down to the last 8 players in each group. So they will be playing a round robin, 7 rounds, and the time control will be 5 minutes plus a 5-second increment per move. The games should start any moment. Maybe just a quick tech checkup. If anyone in the chat, so we are streaming both to the FIDE YouTube channel and to my Twitch channel. I see both chats, so if you can let me know if you can hear me and Anastasiya fine, if you can see us fine, if everything looks good, that would be much appreciated.
Yeah, I can see us on FIDE.
Oh, you can see it. Good.
It works. I mean, that's a great news. So we are on the air, and I hope that many followers will also join us sooner or later and check this video. And a very important event is happening right now also in the chess world, the Women's World Championship match. So a lot of attention these days to women's chess, which is great, always great. So I think this Queen's Chess Festival is just happening at the right moment.
Absolutely. I mean, I really feel that there is a lot happening now for women's chess in this event. I'm not sure actually how many players took part in total, but I know, that players joined from all over the world. And I believe, Nastia, that you've been working with some girls from some African countries, is that right?
Yes, exactly. And actually, this event is happening already for the second time. Last year, there was also Queen's Chess Festival, and which attracted I think around 400 players from all over the world, which was a great success. That's why they decided to repeat it again. FIDE and Women's Commission are supporting this initiative. And yes, I mean, I'm very happy that for the second year already, girls whom we are teaching in Kakuma in Kenya from refugee camp, they're also taking part in this event. If I'm not mistaken, 6 or 7 girls took part yesterday in the semi-final, and I was very happy about it. And believe me, it's not that easy to organize their participation. They have not so many computers even in the camp, so the local trainers did all the best to make it happen. And the connection was sometimes breaking. didn't stop them, they still took part and they played as many games as possible. And I was really happy to see them in the list. So yeah, I mean, this program, just to tell you shortly, it's like this program is supported by FIDE and United Nations. It's for the refugee camp in Kakuma, for 3 schools where only girls study. One of them is Angelina Jolie School, and I'm very happy that our girls are, I mean, they're doing first steps. They, of course, learn how to play chess, and slowly, but they're very enthusiastic, and they're happy to participate in this event. It's a great opportunity for them to feel that the world is not that small, that we have a huge community, that so many other girls from different countries are also there. So they feel connected to while they actually, this opportunity to play online gives you more chances these days to feel connected to the chess society, to the chess world.
Absolutely, and I think that's really one of the beautiful things about this event, that it's a festival that really connects, girl players from every age, from every background, from everywhere, all over the world, and so nice to see so many girls taking part, and hopefully the festival will continue for many more years. Actually, the board that I have open right now, we see a very strong one of the world's leading women players, Daisy Curry from Peru. She must be a favorite, surely, to win her group, yes. But it's interesting as well, because surely she will be playing in the Olympiad herself.
I thought about this too, like that if normally she plays, right,
yes.
for the team. So if she plays in any case, I just wonder, maybe she will give this opportunity to the second place. Yes, so girls keep fighting even for the second place. You never know what can happen in the end. Remember how it happened with the candidates tournament, and how Dingler and jumped.
Yes.
So yes, girls keep fighting. It doesn't matter. The participation is very important, but perhaps even if the second place has chance to get to the Olympiad.
Exactly. Meanwhile, I received confirmation from the arbiters that the games will start very soon now. For everyone wondering, what is this platform? This is the Tornillo platform. So I have to admit, Nasi, I have not much experience. Let's see, hopefully everything will work fine.
But they have done events also on this platform in the past. I mean, FIDE, and everything was going smoothly. So I hope everything will be great. So the girls, I see that the announcement that the games will start soon, right? Starting soon, but yeah, maybe still we'll need to wait for a couple of minutes.
Oh, I heard a sound in my ear. I think it came from the platform. I think, well, you probably couldn't hear it, but our viewers, I guess
I did.
You heard it also.
Yes.
So I guess that means that we should start very soon, and we have 1 D4 on the board. And I suggest that for this round that we follow Daisy Curry against Erin Bayern from the US.
Yes. Okay, D4, and she got immediately 5 seconds on the clock, right?
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken, we have 5 plus 3 or 5 plus 5?
5 plus 5.
5, yes. So 5 seconds. Not bad for one move.
Yes. I also think 5 plus 5 is a great time control, because it means that it is blitz, but it's quite a long blitz form, which means that the game's quality, and it also helps with things like you mentioned, disconnections, all that. So I'm very happy to see this time control. And for now, we see Daisy is just developing her pieces. I think D4 has been her main repertoire for a long time. And now a question for Black, how to block this check with the bishop or with the knight, and Erin decides to go with bishop e7. So a very solid opening so far.
Yes. So she decided to play 3, and let's say keep the bishop still where he belongs at the beginning of the game. Let's say she will develop it later, depending on the circumstances, right? Probably you can hear my sound of the board, right? I just don't know,
because I think it's all the tournaments just starting, because I have both browsers open, also from the Princesses tournament. So I think now that we heard the 3 rounds, I think the 3 sounds, it means that all 3 tournaments are on the way, and everything is good.
And the moves are happening on the board, yes. So I see that bishop b5 was played, yes. So she decided to exchange the bishops which is, I think, yes, it's a typical idea here.
Let me
I
just
don't know.
mute the sound. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
How to mute it? Yes, I'm still struggling.
Yeah, now everything is muted, so it should be good.
Yes, okay, great. Yeah, so they reach this position. I think White is still waiting until he takes on c5, you know, asking Black to make the move like bishop d7, and maybe afterwards he will take on c5.
Yeah, so she just took on c5 now, and now the question, how will Erin recapture? What do you think? The knight or... Knight looks logical, that's what she goes for. Now, one of the questions here is that the isolated pawn on d5, do you think that will be a weakness in the long term?
Normally, it should be the weakness, but at the same time, Black got active pieces. Yes, so knight goes to e4, threatening to take on c3. And I mean, of course, it's probably not the best idea to take on e4, because in this case, Black will get rid of this isolated pawn and fine. But, you know, maybe rook c1 can be an option. So the typical ideas at this moment are just, you know, try to keep this isolated pawn for White, not give the chance for Black to get rid of it, and try slowly but surely to win it. Maybe when you have a good day, right?
Yeah.
And for Black, of course, he tries to activate pieces, use the fact that he has some squares at the center. So I think knight e2 is a good move. What do you think, Fiona? I mean, now bishop started to, you know, bishop is open. He is on this long diagonal right now. Maybe we'll ask some questions later on.
Yeah, I think this bishop on b2 could become a very powerful piece. Rook e8 makes a lot of sense. I think Black, maybe Erin, she should try to, at some point, if she can, remove the knight from f6 and try to exchange the bishops by bringing the bishop to her own bishop to f6. But it's not so easy to do all that while keeping the d5 pawn defended. I think Daisy is playing great so far, h3, maybe taking away the g4 square. And also, I guess her knight, I like knight e2 because I guess the knight will jump in the future to f4 and put additional pressure on d5.
For this d5, yes, exactly. I mean, if I remember correctly, it's normally it's good for White to exchange some pieces and go to the ending, like because in this case, this d5 pawn will be weaker. But still, I mean, it's still a long way for that. It doesn't seem like pieces will be exchanged very soon. So both players will try to bring the pieces to the best squares, like maybe later on queen d3, rook d1, rook c1. Something like that. Okay, we'll see. Everybody knows that isolated pawn can happen any moment in your games, so you have to be ready to play it for both sides, right? It's like classical education, which you get normally when you start playing chess, that you should learn how to play those positions for both sides. And I don't know, Fiona, what do you prefer? Do you like to play with isolated pawn?
No.
I guess. Yes.
I really don't like it. I mean, there are certain, like sometimes when I'm White, I play the Alapin. If all the pieces on the board and I get some attacking chances, then it's okay. But these kind of positions, I've had them as Black and I never enjoyed it. I lost the pawn far too many times, so I don't have good memories.
So the isolated pawn is not your favorite piece?
No.
Yes,
what about you?
I mean, also, I'm the same. I prefer to play against it, but I really like the song of Hugo, Isolated Pawn. You know, it's a nice song actually, which shows a little bit very artistic way how you feel when you are so lonely.
That's true. That's absolutely true.
Yes. So okay, we'll see. I mean, still everything is under control more or less from both sides. Pawn is still on the board. Pieces are placed where they should be. I don't know if... Okay, knight goes to f4. So the plan you predicted worked out. Knight feels probably good there. But if Black will try to get rid of this knight by playing g5, for sure she will weaken her king by playing those type of moves. So
yeah, I think g5 is never possible. The bishop on b2 looks too powerful. So the knight on f4 is actually a very annoying piece. But I also think Erin has done a great job. Let's not forget she's the underdog by 400 points. It's quite a big rating gap. And I think she's handled things well so far. The problem now for Black is I always find, and I speak from my own experience here, it's difficult to find a move because your pieces are all kind of on nice squares, and then the question is, what next?
Exactly, yes. What is your plan? Yes, now she played knight c5, threatening the queen, and just also let's pay attention to, because Blitz is also about timing. Corey is doing well with her time; she's like 40 seconds ahead, but still time is running. So now it's a question where you put. So she goes queen f5, which is like logical. Again, she wants to get to the ending, right? She wants to exchange queens, some pieces, in order to put more pressure on this d5 pawn. And I think it's a good choice. I don't know actually what black should do, because like if you try to avoid this exchange, you may get some issues on the king side, right? Because too many pieces are next to the king.
Yeah, I really like Daisy's move, queen f5. I think if black takes, after knight takes, suddenly there's a couple of threats. White is threatening a fork on d6, but white is also threatening maybe to simply capture on f6, followed by capturing on h6. So I think
or knight h6 right away, you know.
Yeah, on knight,
exactly. Yes, you're right. So many threats.
Yeah.
How she will take care of it now? I think it's not that easy. So she played knight e4, defending everything. Look at this move, but wow. So like knight h6 is not possible now.
I guess one of the questions is, can you somehow play f3, but maybe not f3, knight d2. Things get a bit messy there. Yeah, this was a nice find. Probably knight e4 was the only move.
Maybe yes. Yes. So maybe f3 is a little bit like, look at this move, rook c8. Oh my gosh, we missed it.
Oh, so simple.
So simple, yes. Bravo, Daisy. 97, you just take the rook and that's it, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I can't believe we missed that. It was so...
Okay.
So there was another threat in the position, actually.
Yes.
Erin is playing on, but this one is completely gone now. She didn't even manage. She will not manage to get the knight back. I think white can just take on a7 and the knight will jump out via b5.
Exactly. You know, maybe black could just take on c1 first and then play knight e4. This was important intermediate move for black. So we missed completely this idea because we couldn't imagine it could be so simple, right?
I know.
We were focused on the different one. But okay, still, it's not easy to play against Daisy Corey. She's a very strong player. And of course, in Blitz, it's really hard to compete. So yeah, I mean, this kind of mistakes can happen anytime.
Yeah, for sure. And here, well, okay, I think it's fine to play on, of course, but especially now with the pieces coming off the board, the b7 pawn will drop now as well, and maybe the king will even get checkmated at some point.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, Nastya, we just received a huge raid on my channel. From chess.com. So I think it was Jovanka Huska and Judith Polgar commentating on the match. And 1,263 viewers just arrived on the channel. Welcome everyone, you're just in time. The event has just started. My name is Fiona Steil-Antoni. I'm here with Women Grandmaster Anastasiya Karlovich, and we're looking at the final of the Queen's Chess Festival played online. So thank you so much, chess.com, and well, for the viewers from one chess event to another.
That's good. That's really great. So the game was just over, right? The World Championship match. I wonder who won. So maybe the followers can tell us what's going on, because we are busy with games of young chess players who are doing only first steps in the chess world. Yes. So.
Exactly. I also don't know, because it looked to me... Oh, Truth and June won. Okay, so the match is tied now.
Wow, that's cool. I mean, it's getting more and more exciting, this match, which is great. You know, two friends are playing, but still they're fighting on the board when it comes to chess, right? I mean, the title is a very important thing.
Yes, for sure. And meanwhile, well, also here, white won. That's a win for Daisy Corey, who is a big rating favorite in this event. So congrats to her. And let's maybe go to see another game. Maybe... This is a player, I feel like I know her, Maria Komiagina. Well, you should...
I think so, yes. I think I also know the name. I was also trying to recall. I've met it 100%. Just so it should be a player who knows what she's doing here.
Yes.
Definitely, yes. It sounds very, very familiar.
What is interesting that for her opponent, we don't know the full name. I don't know why that is, that for some players we only know the initials, but it looks like both of them are women international masters, so actually quite a high level battle as well.
Yes, yes, of course. So, I mean, I just tried to open the game. Yes, I think I can see it now. Yes. So let's try to estimate what's going on. I will always start from counting simply pieces and pawns. I mean, what else to do? And Maria plays with white pieces. The time I see is like more or less balanced. And so we have the position with the knight against bishop, right? Pawns are the same, but this the structure is not symmetrical. There is this f4 pawn and a5 pawn, right? This and well, I mean, I
It's
think
very
black is
messy. I have to say, I think I like black because
yes.
I think black is getting ready at some point to maybe play h5, g4. The bishop is looking quite dangerous. The bishop, okay, even if it doesn't, even if there's no attack, if the bishop goes to f5, this bishop will control a lot of squares. For now, the knight doesn't really have any great squares that it can reroute to.
Absolutely, yes. And now, okay, white is trying to create something because it's clear that if black just simply continues with h5, g4, and this is what she's doing. I mean, it's hard to understand what to do because g4 is a really huge threat, and then rook goes to h8. I'm afraid it's going to be a checkmate with queen h4 followed. Yeah, so you should do something now, and I don't know, like knight h2, is it a move? So after g4, you can maybe take on f4 and try
Yeah,
to,
that's
yes,
what she
like
goes
knight
for.
h2. Yes, so if g4 now, rook f4 can be done. So and then white at least will get some kind of counterplay, maybe some chances. Look at black's play.
Yeah, full board vision.
Yes.
But h4 is also, I mean, suddenly things get very tricky here because, yes, the a5 pawn was under attack, but white is launching her own play now, and suddenly things are not so clear at all here.
Yes, okay, this was great idea, knight h2 and h4. So white is trying to defend very, very precisely, or I would say creatively even.
Yeah.
So yeah, black should react. I don't know. Maybe I don't know if such moves like maybe she should go back even queen e7. Maybe I'm not sure because like g4 move just rook f4, and I don't see what you do next. Maybe you can take and then queen c3, but most probably queen g5 is coming. So also still black should keep an eye on this a5 pawn, which may start running at certain point. So I don't know. It's getting wild.
Yeah, I think that this h4 idea was probably just missed by black because suddenly the queen, as you mentioned, looks quite misplaced on a3, where it's far away from the defense of the king. Because a few moves ago, and she plays your move, you know, bringing the queen back, probably because she didn't see, and maybe there was just simply nothing better because you cannot allow your king to be all alone. But now a6, and suddenly look at this pawn.
Unbelievable. White managed to create some kind of counter chances. Like now, by pushing this pawn, he tries to distract pieces of black. So she takes on g5 with the idea if queen takes now to play a7, or I don't know, rook f4. Queen g5, actually, queen f4 is possible even, right?
Yeah. I think that suddenly Maria is going to win this game. It turned around so quickly. I liked what black was doing, but okay.
But suddenly she found a couple of really good moves.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what now? Can white take on f4?
Seems like yes, rook f4. I don't know. What about queen g5 now? Maybe rook f7 check. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
possible. Or rook g4. Some different ideas just comes to.
Yeah, rook g4 I think looked really nice.
Yes.
Maybe rook f7 also worked, but
Yes. Rook g4 yes looked very strong, and now rook f6 actually protecting the a6 pawn. I don't know, things don't look well for black at the moment. Also, the time is better for white, right? Okay, white brings his last piece into the game. Knight f3 is played, so rook a6. Yes, what is the plan if they take the pawn on a6? I was wondering.
I'm also curious. I mean, things are still not so clear. I guess white's idea is that she just wants to go for the kill. She wants to go for checkmate somehow.
Maybe, yes, something like rook f7 is a threat with some checkmate ideas, as well as such moves like even e6, g6 can be also done. So yes, rook a7 to protect against the idea rook f7, but I don't know, now maybe even move like e6, right? Will work.
E6 looks very powerful. Yeah, that's what she goes for.
Wow. Okay, it's a nice game actually. It's a battle between two really like good players. It's a pleasure to actually follow. Yeah, so bishop g6, black is trying.
Yeah, I thought maybe now queen e5. or knight h4, both actually look tempting.
Yes, 95 as well. I don't know, even
95,
some
yes.
ideas with rook g6 and
Yes, rook
maybe it's a
g6.
little bit too much, but I always try to sacrifice someone's pieces. If it's not mine, I don't care.
I
It's
mean,
okay.
it might work because the
Yeah.
problem for black is that the white king is quite safe. You always just have one check on a1, and after king h2, the king will be safe there. She went for knight e5, and I think now. Oh,
Oops, look what happened. She played
oh
rook f8.
my
She forgot the
god.
queen was on a3.
Oh my
Wow.
goodness.
It's unbelievable what happened now. I mean, white were just was completely winning, but
Oh
look,
my god.
and suddenly everything what we were talking about doesn't make any sense anymore because she just lost the rook. I mean, this can happen. You play blitz, you are just so you see your position is absolutely winning, and suddenly it's maybe not the case anymore
Yeah, what a
because black.
dramatic turnaround. Actually, she has nothing now suddenly. Like, she tried to create something with knight f7, but
Yes. Wow, that's crazy. Okay, now it's two pieces down,
yeah.
actually. Maybe she will get this bishop in any case, because if bishop g6, she created one like threat a7. Look at this trick. But yes, bishop just can take on a6.
Yeah,
Yes.
maybe also bishop e8 was a move as well, but
Maybe. Nice saying.
this was easier. Just get rid of the pass pawn, and white
Wow.
resigned. Wow, that was
So,
really dramatic. And let's see. So all the games in this group have finished. All decisively. We saw that Daisy Corey beat Erin Bryan. We saw that Maria Komagina lost her game. Lamanhayeva won. And then the last game is between two players where we only see the initials, but white won there. So let's have a quick look at what happened in the Princess tournament. Oh, we actually still have two games going there, so I'm going to go to...
let's go.
Oh, no, actually, white failed to make a move here, so maybe... Yeah, there are two games where white didn't make a move, so maybe there was some connection problems there. And let's see the under 9. It looks like in the under 9... Okay, there's a game going here.
Okay.
Both with initials only, so it's the player with the white pieces WM against RR, but white is up full rook here. But remember, these are unrated players under 9 years old. Is it a Swiss? No, it's a round robin. This tournament has actually, let me put the link very quickly, maybe in the chat from the event. Do you see the game, Nasir?
I can see now, yes, with some delay on FIDE YouTube channels, a few seconds delay, but I can see that it's like ending with the pawn on d2, yes, and rook d1, so white got extra rook at this moment, but still has to find a way how to win this pawn on d2. So I can probably guess what is the next move. But look, queen e2, very smart move, because now white wanted to play queen d4, and it's not possible anymore because the rook on d1 will be hanging. So queen c2, yes, comes with a check and double attack. d2 pawn probably will be taken.
Drop,
the
yes.
next move.
Yes.
Yes, so and white will just get extra rook. I don't know what happened before in this game, but at the moment it's clear that white has an upper hand in this one.
Yeah, I really like the way she picked up the pawn. Black, of course, does the correct thing to keep the queen on the board, and we will see. Now, white just has to show a little bit of technique to convert this extra rook. Careful not to forget that the rook is under attack, so don't forget about that. Maybe one of the things white can do is just play rook e1, threatening mate on e8 here. And
yes,
that way...
We have seen the situation when you can lose the rook in one move and everything goes completely different ways. So yes, it's blitz, and that's why we love this time control in the games with this time control, because everything can happen.
And here is the mate on the board. She actually, I had the same idea with rook e1, but queen c2 was very subtle, still keeping an eye on the h7 escape square. And she found the checkmate. So well done to the player with the white pieces. Let me see if there's another game still going here. Oh, There is one game here on board 3 between KK and IA. So here the only question is, will white be able to checkmate, or can black somehow swindle a stalemate? Let's see.
That's important trick, right? I mean,
Yes.
you can still try to, and you can still hope to get the stalemate situation and save half a point. So it's very important now to get rid maybe of a couple of pawns which are left on the board to have this possibility.
Exactly. But I like that what white has done now, kicking the king back, and I hope she will bring the queen in. Oh, that's what she does. Queen a1. I hadn't even seen that square for the queen, but I think it's a very nice move. And now we have the king where we want it in the corner. Maybe a simple move would be, there she goes, rook a7 check, and after king g7 there is a mate now on g7. Will she see this?
Yes, it's a good recipe in general, that if you don't want to give a stalemate, just keep giving checks, right? It's like, just make sure that the king is under attack, so there will not be chances to give a stalemate in the position.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So she didn't see the mate in 1, but she saw the mate in 2 with bishop c4 and queen h8. So I think that was the last game still. Oh, no, wait. Maybe there was one last game still on the way. Yeah, between Venuti, Eddie Risuria, and for black we have only initials. This one, an end game with an extra exchange for white. Also a few extra pawns. So white should be winning here, and she's doing great so far, just running her a pawn up the board. As far as I understand, this is the only game still going. Black is trying to fight. You know, if I were white here, I would probably just take the knight and get rid of the last defensive piece and then just win the pawn ending. But of course you can also play b4 here. There's a lot of things that white can do, and white still has a lot of time on the clock. b4 is a very nice move. So
yeah, but at the same time, yes, it's better to get rid of this tricky knight and be sure that he will not give you any forks and will not do any trouble, right? I mean,
exactly.
But I would be doing the same. This is what we were taught. Yes, like try to get try to play as simple as possible. Yes, I mean, go to the pawn and you will just get the point. Yeah, but okay, of course, white has so many different ways to win this position. Yeah, so this is one of the opportunities. One of the ideas.
Yeah, now she's running the b pawn. She continues running b6, is on the board, and I think, well, now she can choose, does she want to push a6 or b7? Both are completely winning. I guess she will go, oh, I thought she was gonna go with the other pawn, but it doesn't matter. One of these pawns will be a new queen very soon. She can go a7 here. The idea is that if black takes on a7, she will get a new queen. So this position is very close to being over. And looks like very nice technique by Venuti, I have to say.
Of course. I mean, endings are very important, and I hope all girls they started with endings when they started to play chess, but you never know. Yes, maybe they came to chess by simply playing, numerous games online, and sometimes it never finishes in the endings, right? So,
exactly. And here, but it looks like white knows exactly what she's doing. She's demonstrating the ladder checkmate, rook b2 and queen a1 will follow. So I'm actually, I have to say, considering this is the under 9 section,
yes,
very, very impressed by Venuti's technique here.
Great Job. Yes, I mean, like, no chance. She didn't give any chance to her opponent. Played really precisely, and it seems like it's finishing, right?
Absolutely. So we're going to go back to the main event, the Queen's Festival now for round 2. And shall we watch Daisy again, or shall we watch?
Yeah, I think so. And I think Daisy and this girl who.
Oh, actually, they started already.
They started already. Wow, how quickly the things are going right now. Yes, it's 32 minutes, so that's why.
Yeah.
So we go where? We go to Daisy.
Daisy,
again?
yeah. So Daisy is playing on the black side. against this, she's the girl, I think, this woman I am who just beat Komiagina, right? If I'm not mistaken. Also here, I mean, I said girl, but they are not necessarily, this is open to all women players, so we don't actually know if they are girls or if they're grown.
What is their age? Yes, we have no idea. At the moment, of course, we know some players, but yeah, so far so good. It seems normal opening, yes, but D66 is not very typical in sense that Black is still doesn't show where exactly she goes. Yes, maybe she will for E5, maybe D5 at a certain point, maybe none of this, maybe C5 will follow.
I think one of the things which is really nice for Daisy is that she already has almost 2 minutes. She's up to almost 2 minutes on the clock, which is in Blitz quite significant. But I also like what White is doing.
Maybe she was late for the game. I don't know.
Could be.
Or she was not sure what to play in the opening. This is how we spend this couple of minutes easily. Yes.
This could also be that. But I like her last move, knight d2, dropping the knight back. It's very reminiscent of what I was saying, you know, in Daisy's first game. I think White should maybe put the bishop to f3 to fight against the bishop on b7. And we actually saw Daisy, you know, in the first round with White, she fianchettoed her bishop to b2. Now in round 2 with Black, she's fianchettoing the bishop to b7. So it looks like she likes to fianchetto that light square bishop.
Yes, that's true. It's not a bad advice also for the players who are thinking what to do with their opening repertoire and doing the first steps in chess. Like put your bishops and look at the king, and maybe you will create some kind of attack later on.
Yeah, and now, well, we saw a few pieces come off the board. White actually has the bishop here, but I think this is Daisy's idea. You mentioned earlier she might want to go for f5. I think Daisy is a very tactical, a very attacking player. So I think her idea is maybe in the future, I don't know, will the rook come to f6 and swing over? Will the knight come to f6? But I feel she has some aggressive intentions on the king side.
Absolutely. So White should be still very careful. Yes, the rook may also join this battle on the king side. So I think, yes, Black achieved everything she wanted in this game. Definitely has any problems right now. The question is, like, if you will manage to convert this advantage, not real advantage, let's say this position which looks promising. At the same time, maybe White will manage just to exchange everything and neutralize all these hopes and plans.
Yeah, that's one of the problems I see again looking at the White position. I'm not so sure what is White's plan here. The bishop, I mean, I mentioned earlier that she has the bishop here, but the bishop on c3 isn't really doing much, and therefore I actually like this c5 move. She's trying to open up her bishop from c3.
Another idea I thought would be d5 also, but after d5, e5 was possible, yes, also. So I think c5 looks quite interesting, and she's ready to sacrifice this pawn on c5, but open up her bishop, as you said, Fiona, and maybe place it on e5, threatening later both pawns. I'm talking about straightforward idea if Black will just take on c5 2 times. So I think it was not the best. Knight d5 looks probably better. Because now Black can maybe even get rid of this knight if necessary, but could actually Black take the bishop, sorry, get rid of the bishop, yes. So could Black to take on c3? Maybe it was possible, but also knight placed well on d5, so maybe there is no point even to exchange it. Why decided to move the bishop back, to keep the 2 bishops for the moment? I mean, position looks interesting. Both players are trying to maneuver to see what's going on. And what is clear, definitely, that White doesn't want to take on e4 now, because if the pawn goes from f5 to e4, they may have some issues with some squares, and f file will be semi-open. So Black can get some ideas again for some interesting play. But what else to do?
Maybe it's also not so easy. What does Daisy, I don't know, does she want to fight? I think usually you would like to play rook c8 here, but I feel that Daisy would like to also keep the rooks, for potential attacks, so
Hmm.
it's not
Yes,
so
maybe
clear.
maybe white can play something like g3, h4, bishop g2, something like
Yeah.
that. I don't know. In order to so because maybe sometimes f4 can be an idea. Like maybe black is threatening to take on f3 and then play f4 at one moment, but maybe not now.
But look at
And
the time situation. I mean, it's clear that Daisy is at least not completely certain because she had such a big advantage on the clock, and suddenly she's the one who's getting down. So rook a7, okay, maybe not the move we expected, but the rook from a7, I think, is looking to swing over all the way, either to f7 or maybe even if Daisy can somehow remove the queen in the future. Maybe she even wants to play a move like g5 and, get the rook behind the pawn.
yeah, well, yes, it's possible, I think. Yes. So white couldn't stand it anymore. She took on e4, and yes, f3. Interesting move. So the idea is like if you take on f3, then sometimes you threaten e4. Yes, at a certain point with this discovered attack. But yeah, here it's better to calculate all the lines as far as possible.
Yeah, I mean, this game's probably the highest level game we've seen so far. I feel like both players are playing really well, and it's a very close battle. I'm not even sure if you had to pick a color, would you pick white or black here?
I would still prefer black. It suits me more, let's say, with my style. And I don't know, maybe there are some ideas to play a move like queen h4 or queen g6 in order to take with the queen on e4 sometimes. But at the same time, you have to really count the variations because there are some ideas with rook f8. So I don't know, like maybe something else should be made at first. Because I don't know, let's see. If you take on f3, something's rook takes, and then maybe rook f7, then you should be careful with e4. I mean,
That's true, yeah.
You should be careful. I don't know if knight f4 still works. Maybe it does, but many exchanges can follow. So I'm sure Daisy is still hoping to get maybe some idea. She's looking for something better in this position. Yeah, but I think e takes f3 is possible. Maybe queen g6 is possible.
Yeah, maybe even knight f6. It doesn't look so active.
It also looks nice, actually. Yes, to take with the knight on e4. Yes. No, she goes for the straightforward line. She takes on f3, and then she goes knight f6. Wow. Interesting, yes. So
she's heading for this. I mean, I think black would love to have the time to play d5 and knight e4, but here comes this move we were talking about, e4.
Yes, but I think she also was trying to avoid some exchanges here in this position to keep more pieces. But look at this.
Oh.
So actually it was an interesting trap. If knight would move, rook f8 would follow and white would win the queen. But probably she really missed this intermediate move, queen d4 check. And now, I mean, wow, that was nice. I mean,
white... the pawn on e5 will fall. I think Daisy is probably just winning now.
Now, yes, but I mean, that's crazy thing. Like you're thinking about your idea, e5, right? And you think that you're winning. And suddenly you forget that you open up this possibility to take the other pawn on d4. So queen d4, probably it was a mistake, but it's really easy to do such a mistake. Like you can miss this easily. Yeah, so king h1, and now probably black will just take a second pawn and and
I think for a player of her level, these two extra pawns, I mean, even if white exchanges queens here, then the two pawns will be doubled and isolated. But they will be passed pawns, and I think, I mean, actually one of the, but there's back rank issues as well.
It's like Daisy calculated it all.
Yes.
Right? You give me some threats, I immediately answer with something else. Yes. So like if you move the bishop to the wrong square, you can even get checkmated with rook d1. So be careful. Maybe bishop b3 with bishop g1 idea. I mean, I don't know, but yeah, it looks not good for white. But blacks really still have to be focused and find the exact moves in this position. But let's say bishop b3, rook d1, bishop g1, then some moves like knight e4 are possible, with the ideas of checkmate on f2 sometimes. So yeah, I mean, it looks good for black. But yeah, you still should be careful, and time is running, 1 minute only. everything still is possible. So we'll see what white will do right now.
Yeah, not so easy. I mean, do you drop the bishop to e1 back, but after rook d1?
Yes, and then knight e4.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? It's like, the position is. I mean, black pieces are also really active.
Yeah.
Yes, and king on h1 can be in trouble.
Yeah, I feel that the position must be just lost here. I mean, it's hard to even see a move, I think, for white.
And you can see it from time. Yes, also she spent like 40 seconds and came out with the move like rook f2, but I don't know what will happen after even knight e4.
Yeah, knight e4 looks very powerful. Yes, black can take on f8 with a check, but then what?
Then king takes, and what you will do against the idea rook d1 knight f2, hard to say.
Yeah.
So it should be lost already but still great game, and I mean, I would say that both sides tried their best, and wow, bravo girls, it was a very interesting game to follow.
Absolutely. So Daisy moves to 2 out of 2. Let's see the game of Maria Komigina.
Yes,
Komigina.
Yes,
How was it pronounced, actually?
She's from 1984. I'm sure I played some games with her. She is from Russia and a very experienced player, actually. But I'm 100% sure we even played in some events, but it's been a long time ago, you know.
I feel like even I also played against her, actually.
Nice.
At least I've seen her around a lot, and not only is she this position is really crazy. Anastasiya, I'm gonna follow your lead and do some quick material counting for starters.
That's always a good start.
Even that's not so easy. I think right now white is up a pawn, but the position is so messy.
Yes, it's messy. Yes, absolutely. What this king is doing on g2, king on g8. White also is threatening to take on g6 and come with a checkmate. But now f7. I don't know. You cannot take with the queen because knight h6 would come. You know, so the king h8 probably is the only move here.
But both players under 20 seconds. I mean, this is incredibly tense.
Yes, try to play this position with 20 seconds, 10 seconds. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Like, so many options. Yes, so
oh
she takes
my god, she takes on g6, and now what?
If you take with the knight, it would be rook h7. Yes, checkmate. So queen g6 protecting everything. Queen f6. Oh, so if you take now, knight takes on f6, and again rook h7 is a big threat. What to do? Rook takes on h3, of course.
But now she can she take on d2?
I don't know. It seemed like it was possible, but maybe there was something like maybe it was knight h7 after, and they fade. So it was not possible, actually. What a game!
This game is insane. So now what? White
now actually, if you take the pawn on f7, I think white again created something like knight h7, discovered attack. I don't know. I mean, it looks messy.
But material is even right now, right? It's hard to keep track, but I think
knight h5 is possible now. I think knight h5 and the bishop takes d8. Yes. So this is what she's done, and white is an exchange up at this position.
Yeah.
So let's from time to time remember what's going on with the material. But with this bishop on d4, things are not that easy. Still, knight f4, she could play knight f4 instead of c4.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh. It was fun, you know.
And maybe if white sees it now, she's not going. But now, she saw it. She moved the rook, but now black can take on b4 or play c4 and things.
Yes.
Oh, things but not c4. Now she gets forked. No, I think she had to take on b4.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is blitz, guys. I mean, the time is limited. You have to play the move and try to play it with less. You can see that you have only 10 seconds on your clock, and that's what's happening. People are doing mistakes.
Oh my goodness.
So, a6, prophylactics against knight c8, where 2 pawns maybe, I mean, a7 would be hanging, but it's far from being over. It's like the fact that white has exchanged still doesn't mean anything. This h pawn can start running, knight f4 will come. So I'm expecting that all results are still possible in this position at this moment. Yeah. But
the black king is also, I mean, the black king could be in some trouble despite the reduced material. And now white is finding those forks. So rook d6. see? No, she drops the
Oh, this
rook
is
back.
possible, yes, and then you win the knight. Bravo, Fiona, you found
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah,
But
winning the knight. Yeah, yeah,
winning the
yeah.
knight, she kind of missed this opportunity. Yeah, okay, mutual mistakes. It's a very normal situation here.
Okay, but
So
white is also, I like the fact that she's just exchanging the materials. Now she
yes,
just needs to watch out for those forks.
exactly. I think a 4 is a threat. I mean, you can play a 4 now. She could have played it, I mean, using the fact that the knight would be hanging. But now she just takes this pawn. But black will try to get to a pawn, right? So, okay, no forks. She can still take only 5 if she wants. Yes, on knight c6. Okay, protected.
Okay, so okay, I think she should take the pawn on h7, and I guess king b4.
Maybe something like rook c7. Yes, asking this knight to get out from a good position on c6. So if knight d4 now,
maybe f4 again.
Yes, f4. Yes, possible, and maybe rook e7. But then, or f4. Yes, so now she played this move. No, but wait, she could. No. Knight
but
e6.
now we can give a check on b7. I was thinking. And then somehow, maybe just f5, and it feels like white should quite easily win this race.
Yes, and now f5 probably. Yeah. And the pawn is just... Okay, but black is still trying. Yes, knight c5. Watch out. What's going on with your pieces? Rook b8, I like the move because she doesn't let the king come back to the game. And also threatening the knight with the idea to push the pawn forward. All the way to the last rank. Yes.
Yeah, only 3 squares to go for that white f pawn, and I think we don't know who the white player is, but very nice technique. Apart from that one moment where she allowed the fork, which, as you said in Blitz, we have to forgive the players. This is completely normal. And black.
Fiona, how many forks I have missed, So let's say it's just normal, right?
Yeah, how many forks have we missed in between the two of us? Probably a lot. So once again, all 4 games ended decisively in this round. Let's go over, I'll quickly see in the under 16 what is going on. Let me quickly refresh. So in round 2. So unfortunately, it looks like in the under 16 there's 2 players who are not playing today. Maybe they weren't able to connect. We still have 1 game going between Mina Darcini Ramesh and Samantha Dolly, where Samantha should be winning with the queen against the rook. She also has an extra pawn. That extra pawn is quite important because just winning queen against rook is not so easy. But with the extra pawn, it should be not too difficult. But let's see her technique.
Yes. So it's like, of course, I mean, give me this position and ask me to win, Fiona. It's not that easy. Now also, computers, they can hold this position for so long, and some players really study how to keep it alive, with the rook. It makes the task even more difficult than it was before.
But now the task is easy. She found king c3, and now the rook will drop. Unfortunately for Mina, there's no stalemates here, and she lost on time, but mate was following anywhere. So I think that was the last game in the under 16, and let's see in the under 9. Okay, they finished.
They also finished,
3.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow, that's great. I mean, so who are the leaders after the 2 rounds? So I remember that Daisy won both games. I don't know what's going on under 16.
Yeah, I'm gonna see. Hopefully, I'm not gonna break anything if I go to standings. Let's see.
We still have a few minutes to fix it, even if we break something.
True. No, okay, I think I can't.
We can take a risk a little bit. Yeah, so those of you who just joined us, I just want to remind you that you are watching the Queens Online Chess Festival, the biggest, probably one of the biggest online events which were made for girls and women all around the world who don't have, some of them who don't have rating, who just make first steps in chess, and for those who have some experience already. And the prizes are really great. By winning these events, you can go to and visit World Chess Olympiad in Budapest in 2024. So you can plan your holidays in advance, right?
Exactly. And by the way, I managed to find the standings. So we have two leaders, Daisy Corey and HT. We don't see her full name, but we see her flag now. She's from Vietnam. So she's probably, and she's a woman grandmaster. So we have two very strong players there in the lead. Then on one point we have four players, Laman Hayeva, Erin Bryan, and then from China LS, and from Vietnam HN, and then we have Maria Kamerina and WQ, who've lost both games, but still early doors. This is after 2 rounds from 7, so still 5 rounds to go. The next round will start, I think, in 7 minutes. Anastasiya, I just realized that I completely forgot to play the video, so maybe now is a good time.
Of course. So which video you will play? Which one? From Anastasiya Sorokina, yes, or Dana?
And Dana. I will play both of them. So I will play them once now, and I will play them again later on in our main break, which will happen after 4 rounds. So I can't mute you, Anastasiya, but I'm gonna mute myself and I'll play.
Yes, I will do the same. Yes.
Okay. So enjoy those videos. Unfortunately, Dana and Anastasiya Sorokina, they are both in China right now, so they couldn't join us on the show, but they left a video message and we'll listen to that now.
Greetings, dear ladies, the participants of the Queen's Festival and Little Princesses Tournament. I'm sending you the warm greetings from China, from Shanghai. I'm sitting in the chair of the current world chess champion, Zhu Wenjun, and on the opposite side there's a chair of Lei Tingjie, the challenger. So those are two strongest players in the world for now. They are competing to understand who would be holding the crown. So my wish to you is that this tournament you are now participating at would be one little element in your future chess career ladder. Probably one day one of you might be sitting here at the top of the Olympus of chess, fighting for the crown. But even if it's not the case, I'm pretty sure that the experience, the emotions, the knowledge, the skills you will get in this tournament will help you to become the better personalities, if not the champions of chess of the world, then the champions of your lives. Wishing you good luck and lots of excitement.
Dear participants of Queens and Princes Chess Festival, on behalf of FIDE Women Commission, I greet you today and I'm very happy that you play in our tournament. Our mission is to make that all women all around the world, all girls, will start playing chess, and I hope one day we can reach this goal. I wish you good luck, and I hope to see you next year in Olympiad in Budapest. Dear partners.
So that was the message from Anastasiya Sorokina and from Dana Reznica-Ozola. I think we still have 5 minutes until the next game. So maybe we can take a 3-minute break, Anastasiya?
Yes,
That's okay
of course.
with you?
I mean, let's have a short break to do all the technical stuff and come back soon with the 3rd round, right?
Absolutely. See you guys soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to the Queen's Chess Festival final. We're your hosts for the day, and we have just seen the first 2 rounds. We've seen some great games already, and round 3 should be starting any moment now. And I think we're just going to continue watching the rating favorite for now. Daisy Corey from Peru opens up with d4 once again, and let's see if she continues with her same strategy. What do you think, Nastya?
Yes, I think, yes, she played the c3 move. It seems like she always tries to keep this bishop there and move it to b2. Now we know her ideas. Yeah, so far so good. It worked well for her. Why to change then the strategy, right, if it works?
Exactly. Why change a winning strategy? So she's just, I think it makes so much sense anyway for Blitz to just play systems that you're familiar with. And she just, she's not doing anything crazy. She's developing her pieces first. And I wonder if she will go again for a setup with b3, put her bishop to b2. Maybe it also depends on what Black is going to do.
Exactly. I don't know. I would prefer to put this bishop on d3, but maybe she will do it in any case a bit later. Yes. So Black decided to take on c4. Probably the next move will be e5. I don't know. E5.
And there she goes. So this time, no isolated pawn for Black. We saw that became a problem for Daisy's opponent in the first game.
Yes. So rook d1 is to keeping some pressure, tension on the d file. Still keeping in mind that the queen is on d8, so Black should probably move the queen either to c7 or e7. I don't know. I mean, e4 move. Is it possible to do such move right now? No, because you just lose the pawn. Yes, at this moment. I just thought that it could be nice to have it in mind, but yeah. So queen e7, maybe sometimes with the idea of playing move like e4. And keep this bishop on this diagonal, with some kind of ideas. We'll see. But then still, Black didn't decide the question with the bishop on c8. Same for White. Her bishop is still on c1. Knight b6 threatening the bishop on c4. So White can still put it on d3.
Yeah, I was wondering that. I think bishop d3 is probably what she will do if there is no danger with e4, but she decides that the bishop is safe here.
Yes. And now, I don't know, can you take on e5 and just go for the position with 2 bishops? I mean, take on e5, take the bishop, and then play favorite move b3, bishop b2. We have time for that, yes, I don't know. Black can organize something on the other side, so she decides to go e4 and okay, close the center. And if you take on d4, for example, there are some ideas. Yeah, so this is what Black is doing. Knight takes d4. e4 is not hanging. It's probably safe. Too many pieces are around. So she decided to move her bishop on e3.
And now the big question is, the bishop from c1 is out now. The question is, what will happen with the bishop from c8? That bishop doesn't have any very active squares. I doubt it wants to go to e6 and allow White to trade. So will she maybe just play bishop d7? It looks a little bit passive, but then at least the rooks would be connected.
I also think that maybe at some point White wants to play a move like f4 also, and push those pawns. Use the fact that this asymmetrical system maybe favors White sometimes if she starts pushing the pawns forward like f4, e5 someday. Yeah, so I mean the position is still unclear. And yes, I agree with you that bishop d7 looks like a developing move, but at the same time what we do next. If Black will try to also push the pawn to c5, then she will give up d5 square and can also backfire at some. So I mean, different ideas, different plans. I wonder what Black will decide. The fact that she's thinking also shows, right, that it's unclear what to do right now, and it's important moment.
Yeah, and she's been thinking for a long time. Meanwhile, if you look at Daisy's clock, Daisy still has 5 minutes on the clock, which she started with. Remember, the players do get 5 seconds per move, but that means that Daisy hasn't really spent more than 5 seconds on average. I think her position, I'm not sure if it's much better or anything like that, but I think it's just from a practical point of view much easier to play this position. As white and black has to make up her mind. She decides to go for knight h5, which is not a move I was expecting, but it makes sense that the black knight wants to jump into f4.
Yes, and also, like, remember I told you that maybe f4 was the threat. Maybe the same black thought that maybe this, or maybe she didn't like it, so why not to prevent it? And she chose this move, knight h5, with both ideas to prevent against f4, and maybe jump to this nice square one day as well.
Yeah, I wonder if white will maybe respond with knight e2.
Actually protect the square, yes.
Yeah.
Knight e2. But in this case, black would win some time. What they do next? That's a good point. Maybe you can also bring the queen on f6 one day. What, then you go rook f1, you could bring back. I don't know, it looks interesting. At least it's double-edged and both players. You can see that Corey started to think as well. Yes, she started to think. It's already like she spent already 1 minute on this move. Never happened before.
No, we haven't seen this before. I really like, actually, the more I look at it, you know, usually in chess we say the knight on the rim is dim, all these things. But yeah, I actually really like this move, knight h5. It wasn't on my radar at all. But I really think it's a very interesting choice for black.
Do you think that black can be even more, let's say, we can play g5 move, for example?
I was just wondering about that, actually. I was just thinking that. Why not, maybe?
Yes, so knight f3, interesting. Yes, so she's trying to, she brings back this knight, attacking this bishop. And
okay, so bishop f4 maybe makes sense. Or...
yes, bishop f4. I mean, knight f4 is still also possible.
Knight f4 also, yeah.
So knight f3, you bring the knight, but you know there are some ideas sometimes with moving the knight to e2 and bishop c5, but maybe not in this case. What if you play bishop d4 now, like starting this dance of bishops? Like, because like I don't want to exchange this bishop. I don't want this knight to come too close to my king. So maybe bishop d4, avoiding the exchange would be possible. But she plays queen e2 with the idea if bishop takes on e3 to take with the queen and protect for square. Yes.
Can I?
Also, maybe knight d4 sometimes.
Okay, bishop e6 makes a lot of sense. Now that the square wasn't hit by the knight, it makes sense to develop the bishop here. And maybe black simply wants to take on e3, and if you take with the queen, then to play knight c4 or something like this.
So knight d4, she is threatening the knight on h5, but if bishop b3, of course you don't have time to take the knight, you have to take the bishop because d4 will be hanging. Yes, so if bishop b3, queen f3, the knight will be a little bit out of play for the moment. Maybe there are some ideas, you know, how to use it. But queen g5, okay, one more piece comes closer to the king. So of course it's not a good idea to take now the bishop on f4, knight f4, and knight h3. You don't want to do it normally, so don't take these bishops. So white should do some move, and yes, actually black created some threats. Like, what if you take on e6? It only helps black to bring one more piece into the game by playing f takes e6, and rook also joins the party. So maybe you don't do this. So what is the move? What you should do now?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very impressed. I thought that black was under quite a lot of pressure, like positional pressure of how to, you know, develop her pieces. But this whole knight h5, bishop f4, bishop e6, I really like her last few moves. And as you mentioned, Daisy has started spending a lot of time. And how do you deal with queen g5?
And bishop h3 is the threat as well, right?
Maybe she has to take on
e6 now. Yes, I mean, at least it seems like black maybe take on e6 and then go queen g4, but then bishop h3 is possible, and you don't have time to take on g5. So it's getting tricky. You have to be careful. I feel that white should be careful. So she played queen h3 with the idea to protect against bishop h3, and she takes with the pawn once again because knight f4 would be a really huge threat after that. So at least
you know
now.
What I'm wondering?
Yes, tell me.
Can we go queen g3
Uh-huh.
And I know the knight is hanging on h5, but I was thinking if you take on h5, then maybe I can take on e3 and take on d4 and...
Yes, also possible, yes. But I think her plan is different. Maybe she tries to bring more pieces and create an attack. And in this
Probably
case,
a lot more sensible.
you don't want to exchange queens. Yes, we want to give her... Look at this move again. Trying to use the fact that pawn is moved to e3 now. There is no f4. Knight probably will get this nice square on e5. So she tries to activate the knight. Bishop is threatening the knight on h5. No time to play knight e5.
Yeah, maybe knight g3.
Knight g3 was interesting, yes, but she decided to...
Yeah, knight g3 was interesting, but I realized that at the same time, suddenly if I go to g3, I have no more squares, so maybe the knight would be in some danger there. So I think knight f6 was a lot more sensible.
Yes, of course, and now queen f4 proposing this exchange, which will help white to improve her pawn structure. Probably black will not take on f4, knight e5, I think.
Yeah, knight e5, yeah, I was thinking...
Excuse me. The same. Don't look at this. I mean, time is all the same. So it started all with a big advantage and on time, and right now it's
very even.
Not the case anymore. Yes.
I have to say, I think I like Black's position actually.
Yes, it looks promising. Still, you cannot play moves like bishop h3 because white will first take the queen and then take the bishop. So be careful with this kind of moves. After rook f1, let's try to realize what actually white wants now by playing rook f1. What's the idea of this move? He puts her rook on a semi-open file. It's clear because it was closed before. But
I don't know. Maybe I would just play a simple move like rook e8. I'm not sure which move. Maybe rook fe8. If I feel everything is well protected enough. Okay, but knight g6 is also interesting. Saying to white, I'm happy to exchange queens, but on my terms. If you want to exchange queens, you have to take on g5.
Yes. And this is what she's doing, because if she would move her queen, some knight h4 ideas again. So she takes the queens, she takes on e6, and after bishop c4, asks question, what's going on with your pawn on e6? Like, I see the weakness. So king f7, I was thinking about this move, checking if e5 works. It doesn't work right now, because knight e5 is possible. So, wow, rook f5, look at this, using the fact that the pawn is pinned, threatening the pawn on g5, and not allowing knight to go on e5 right now, and creating a threat with e5.
I mean, Daisy is incredible.
Yes, well, that's a nice move, because I thought that black simply wants to put her knight on e5, and what you will do after. So let's see what black can do. Knight e7 or what? Knight e7, yes, giving up this pawn on g5, maybe there are some ideas after.
Yeah, maybe she just wants to use the d file, or
yes, like rook d8, rook d2, possible. Yes, like trying to get some counterplay on at the center, using the rook has gone for the moment. Yeah.
Time is a problem a little bit now, down to 24 seconds, so that she has to keep that in mind. But I like the fact that she's looking for some active counterplay. Maybe after bishop e3 she will play...
At before and knight e4, she also found another idea. Like if you go bishop b3, then I play b4 and you move the knight. And you take on e4, yes, threatening the rook after that.
Very nice.
I still liked also your idea, still like though your idea was rook d8 to play simply for the line, for the file.
Yeah,
d5.
but if b4 works, why not? Let's see if that's what she's going to go. Under 10 seconds, so that's...
Yes. Because unfortunately, I'm not sure if it works, because after knight e4, rook e5, you have to relate all these consequences, so rook f1, and still it can be tricky still. And the knight goes to d4. Maybe you are actually helping black to... Sorry, you're helping white to get to this e6 square. So I mean, still, I would prefer your plan with rook d8. You know.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, because I mean it's really a problem. What do you do after this rook e5 if we take on e4? But Daisy, okay, look at this. Like both players about to be under 20 seconds. This is going to be a time scramble. It's not a position where it's easy to build up some time. So 92 and she takes on e4.
So rook f1 first check, yes. So now it's a question. So she has to go knight f6. I don't know if rook e5 was not working for some reason. Maybe there was something there. Yeah, so but she decided to give it this check first, and now she plays knight d4, threatening to take this pawn on e6. How to defend it? Maybe knight d5 only. Knight
Yeah, but knight d5, e4.
e4 and e5 can be unpleasant.
Yeah.
I must admit, yes. So she plays rook h8, allowing to take on e6, which cannot be good. No, no,
Yeah, g7 is going to fall. Suddenly everything collapses here.
It's lost.
f6 is hanging. No, this is over.
This is very, very difficult. Yes, she takes, and I think some checkmate.
Yeah.
c7 simply. Rook d6 now, yes, and why? And this is checkmate on the board.
Such a nice finish. I mean, Daisy is incredible. Like, so often her opponents put on great fight, but suddenly she switches to the next gear, and it's just very, very impressive. Actually, only one game still going, and I think the player with the black pieces here, HT, she was also on a perfect 2 out of 2, if I'm not mistaken. So let's see if she can keep up with Daisy and also win her game, but it's...
She plays against Komagina, right?
Yeah.
So Komagina has white pieces. Again, it's a battle like knight against the bishop. I think knight is doing well in this position, and this, but no, I mean it's still
but
very.
But c3 is a weakness. I think black is looking to bring the rook to b8 and b3. The problem is that the h-pawn looks more dangerous than the a-pawn. The a-pawn is well blocked for now.
Yes, so c6 was hanging, so rook c8 was played. Maybe even c5 was an idea. I mean, okay, still some knight goes to c5, and now bishop c5 is the threat and take on a4. So I don't know, rook a1 maybe is an option.
Yeah,
the problem
maybe
is
rook h1. Try to look for some active counterplay.
Yes.
Very difficult to play this endgame with only seconds on the clock.
Exactly. So probably knight c5, maybe a draw. No, bishop b6, bishop knight d7.
But I feel that black wants more. I think she will play.
c4. Look at this. I mean, wow. So let's say now if you take on c5, take on a4. Yeah, I think it's possible. Yes. Take on a4, then you take on d5 and what, c6? So it was not possible actually to take on a4 because cd5 would follow with c6 idea. This pawn could become very, very dangerous.
Yeah, but now white is probably doing okay, I would say. Rook.
Yes. I mean, but how to keep all the material? That's a good point. Rook h1, yes, trying to get some material as well. Take on h5, probably.
King
f5.
e6, I guess. What's the idea?
King a6 and rook c4 maybe. Trying to catch this pawn. Yes. So this d4 pawn can be still decisive.
Actually, white offered a draw after taking on h5, which was declined.
I heard the sound, but I couldn't get it. What's going on here?
I also saw the board light up in purple for a second. I also wasn't sure.
Yes. So, I mean, rook f8, threatening this pawn. So, maybe black still have some ideas with pushing d4 now. Something like that. But
should be a draw, I guess.
Yes, it was like drawish, yes. But still, time can be decisive factor, as we see before, because like playing with seconds, the ending where sometimes you still need to calculate a little bit here. Yes, so what is the idea? Maybe if you play king e3, now black plays d4 with check, but then king d3, threatening the... Yes, so
I'm really not sure what black's plan is to make some progress here. Black has to be a bit careful not to suddenly overpress, you know, like...
Exactly. Rook e6, I think. The idea was to free the rook and bring it for defense of f6, and now the king can go to c6, threatening this pawn. I don't know. Look, I mean, now if king c6, rook a6, you should calculate all these ideas. What about the pawn ending?
But now this is suddenly, it looks like black has maybe made some progress. I felt that it's nice for black that the rook has to defend from the side. But actually still, how do we take advantage? Because
I don't know, because white also wants to go now to d4. So she decided to push. Okay.
But now I think with the two pawns dropping off, now not too much left to play for here.
Yeah, so... This position should be drawish. If you don't miss the rook, if you don't rook, normally this game will finish in a draw. So one more draw offer, but probably comes from black right now, which was taken. Yes, so the game finishes in a draw.
What an exciting round again. Let's see what happened in the other. So I think this is actually the first draw that we have seen in the entire tournament.
It was full of fight as well, yes?
Yeah.
And wow, that's great.
So
I
let's
like
take a look at the standings actually. So Daisy Corey, now the only player on 3 out of 3. And then we have 2 players from Vietnam. We don't know their names, but one of them, the woman GM, is on 2.5. Woman I am on 2. Oh, and actually it hadn't been updated yet. So we also have Laman Hayeva now on 2 from Azerbaijan. And then LS.
So, and I can see that Kamagina Maria, she's on the 7th place right now. Yes, it doesn't go well for her at the moment, one draw, but still okay. It's still how many? 4 rounds to go, right?
4 rounds to go, yes.
Everything can happen. Blitz is very important. The time control, which everybody likes to play, but still it's very tricky. Like it can go well, another day can go absolutely different way. So we will see.
Exactly. Let's see what's going on in the under 16 first. So in the under 16 round 3, we had once again 3 decisive results. So let's take a look at the standings there actually, because I'm not too sure. So in the under 16, we have 2 players on perfect 3 out of 3. Chembrolu Diva Bhavani and Samantha Dolly. And then we have 1 player on 2 and 4 players on 1. So it looks like 2 players here in the lead that we should watch out for. And finally, let's see, in the under 9, we have also 2 players on 3 out of 3. One is of them from Malaysia. We can see them. Oh, actually on screen you cannot see the flags, but 2 players on a perfect score there. And as Anastasiya said, we are 3 rounds in, 1 round to go before the break. So the next round will start in 8 minutes.
In 8 minutes, okay.
So I think maybe we can take another quick break while we wait. Let me see. So round 4. Actually, the next round, Anastasiya, will be very exciting because we will have the clash between the woman grandmaster and Daisy Corey. So it could be that that's a game that will decide this tournament.
The fate of the tournament, yes. Wow.
Exactly. So I suggest we take a quick 5-minute break and then we'll be back for this very exciting round 4.
Absolutely. So see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
See you guys soon. Hello and welcome back to round 4 here of the Queen's Chess Festival final. Today the players are playing for the first prize, which is to be sent for 3 days to the Olympiad in Budapest next year, all expenses covered with an accompanying person. And Anastasiya, that's such a great prize to fight for.
Absolutely, that's a great prize. I wouldn't mind. I don't know why I'm commenting this tournament. I should have played, Now that I'm thinking about it, it's a really great opportunity for everybody who was dreaming to visit such a great event as the World Chess Olympiad, and especially in the beautiful city Budapest. Have you ever been there, Fiona?
Only once, and only for a couple of days. I hope that I will be playing next year, and maybe I'll even have the chance to meet the winners of this tournament. I actually think they are starting right now, and for this main event, the Queen's Festival, this is probably the most important game of today, with the white pieces, woman grandmaster from Vietnam against Daisy Corey. She's an international master from Peru. Right now, Daisy has 3 points, white has 2.5. So this is really a crucial game.
Yes. So Daisy has white pieces. It's maybe important as well. It's reason why
Daisy has black, yeah?
She has black pieces,
Yeah.
so maybe I see the something different from what I have too.
So Daisy has black, and she once again has developed her bishop to b7. We saw her play the same setup in round 2. And okay, for now, white is taking quite a approach. It looks like white is just, saying, I'm just going to develop my pieces. But here she goes, c4. And Daisy just keeping everything under control with knight d7. And I'm curious, will we see a double fianchetto from white? Will white play b3? What do you think?
On b3, yes, it's a possible move, I think, here. And also, I don't know, maybe just we'll keep developing pieces slowly. Knight c3, maybe bishop will go to g5. I mean, it's possible as well. What black will do? So knight c3, yes, comes and I don't know, bishop before she decides to maybe even exchange this bishop finally. To exchange the bishop and then take on c4 and open up the white square bishop. But yeah, I mean, the white prevents it by playing knight h4. Now you cannot take on c4 easily. Bishop will on b7 will be in trouble.
Yeah, so now a question for black. I think now taking on c3 doesn't make so much sense any longer, so Daisy decides to castle. And white is actually the one to initiate the exchanges in the center. She takes on d5. And now a question for Daisy, how to take.
Yes, how to take and take on c3 first and then take on d5. Doesn't make maybe much sense. What I see only here, that sometimes after, if you take on c3, for example, then you take the pawn and knight d5, then c4 could follow. So
Yes.
to be very careful. So she decides just to take with the pawn, avoiding all unnecessary troubles. Also, e4 square, c4 square are under control of black at the moment. So I think it was a good idea to keep the bishop also alive. Now, if a3, maybe black can still go bishop
Yeah,
e6.
I was wondering, what about queen b3? I want to attack the bishop and the pawn at the same time.
And white has in mind, sometimes white knight can jump on f5, like if you play bishop d6, maybe knight f5 follow. So, so
she goes for it immediately, yeah.
Yes. I mean, now the idea is a3 is possible. Look, rook e8, maybe given the space for the bishop to go f8. What a tricky move,
Yes, it looks like a small move, but there's a big idea behind it. Also now my move queen b3 doesn't work anymore, because black could now take on c3 and then suddenly e2 is hanging.
Maybe this is what is going to happen. Yeah, so what if, so I started to think of bishop c3, rook e2, maybe then white will try to catch this rook by playing knight e3. I mean, it's tricky moves. No, I'm not sure, so you have to be still careful when you place your rook so smartly.
Yeah, a big moment now actually for Daisy. Can she take on c3 and take the pawn, or is that a poison pawn and she decides she does not want to take it?
Yes, it doesn't want to take the risk. Yeah, that's what I felt, that it can be tricky sometimes. Yes, after knight e3, so she goes bishop f8, keeping this bishop still alive in the game. G6 might be next move. The idea to move the bishop back into the game by playing bishop g7. D5 can be in danger sometimes, and that's a point. Do you want to play c6 here in this position to make sure that this pawn is safe enough, because knight d5 maybe is a threat now.
Maybe c6. I mean, I'm sure it's not a move that it's not the move that she was dreaming of playing, but maybe she has no choice. I have to say, I really like White's position.
And knight c5 maybe is still possible,
knight c5.
Queen, and let's say remove the queen from b3 square. Okay, but knight c5 can backfire as well sometimes because of some moves before. So right now she asked this question, so you played bishop g5, do you really want to take this knight on f6? No, I don't.
White says no, yeah.
Her opponent and plays bishop f4, knight c5 now.
One thing about Daisy is she plays so incredibly fast. I mean, I feel like she's really a great calculator, and I think she's a very experienced, very strong blitz player, and she's shown it today, 3 out of 3, and I think this game might be her biggest test of the day, so I'm really curious. What do you think? What are some ideas for Daisy here?
I don't know, maybe knight e6 sometimes, but you know what I also noticed, that she plays fast when it doesn't require that much of time to find the moves, but I like the way she plays it. Sometimes she takes time at the very important moments, like she really feels what are the key moments and where you need to spend at least some time not to miss anything. So it's a great combination of not spending time where it's not unnecessary and spending time when you really need it.
Yes.
Right now, I mean, she played this knight e6 move, asking this bishop again to maybe go to the worst position, maybe to d2, not to be that active.
I was gonna say, I think the bishop will go back to d2. e3 just looked so. I mean, maybe d4 wasn't. No, d4. Maybe it wasn't possible immediately, but you never really want to put your bishop and your knight like that.
c5, yes, taking more squares in the center. Yes, I like this movement. Maybe g6 sooner or later, after maybe king h7, g6, you can play d4 one day. I mean, it requires some preparation, those moves, but maybe one day it will be possible.
I have to say, if just a minute ago I said I really like White's position, and then Daisy just played a few natural moves, and immediately I'm like, I'm not sure.
Yes. But okay, this is what we love also about chess, that position can change at any moment, especially if we play blitz. Maybe rook c8 and knight d4 can be another option for black. I'm looking for tricks all the time, especially because it's a short time. What else you should do? Look for tricks and try to trick your opponent.
I think in blitz that's a strategy that makes a lot of sense.
Yes, so she plays queen d7, protecting also her bishop, maybe having in your mind sometimes this move d4, who knows. And also keep an eye on this knight on f5. Maybe the position can be shaky one day, because it's unprotected piece for the moment. Hanging piece, who knows what can happen. Maybe you have still some jumps.
The position is starting to become quite messy, and White is looking for a trade of queens.
Yes, but maybe Black can just play bishop c6, avoiding it. I don't know if White just lost a little bit of time by playing this move, or has something in her mind. Maybe she wants to bring actually queen to h4 if you don't exchange the queens. Like bishop c6 and queen h4 with the idea knight h6 sometimes, bishop h6. So maybe it's not a bad idea. So what if queen takes on a4,
knight takes?
Like White's pieces look a little bit like disorganized for the moment. Maybe I can take advantage of it.
But it looks like they managed to get back into the game quite quick. I actually really like this move, queen a4, I have to say.
Yes. Yeah. It's for sure. It's like an unexpected move for Daisy. That's why once again she takes some time to realize things, to understand what is because it's one of the critical moments when you exchange queens and you go for the ending you should know what's happening after. Or if you put the queens on the board, she probably spotted the idea with queen h4. Or as you said, Fiona, before, let's exchange them on my terms. Like
Yes,
okay,
exactly. Because
and-
I think Daisy might be a little bit worried to keep queens on the board because of this idea you mentioned, the queen swinging over to h4, and yeah, she does decide to exchange them.
Yes. So like now I would like to play some move like d4 in order to cut this knight out of the center, but you cannot still play it because the bishop is hanging. So maybe you can still make it work. Or she might play king h7. Yes, that's what I thought. And g6, first making sure that the knight goes out from f5, and then later just keep pieces at the right squares and see what happens. Yes, after that. On the other hand, white maybe can try to put some pressure on d5 pawn, like by playing knight e3, knight c3, using the fact that d4 is still impossible to play. I don't know. I like black's position at the moment. Pieces are placed, I think, a little bit better than white.
White needs to spend a little bit of time to reorganize her pieces, it feels, and it's not so clear where they all want to go. I mean, c3 is probably a square where both the knight and the bishop would like to go. So, okay, rook c1.
Rook c1, I don't know, maybe against some ideas, which, okay, you put just rook to the semi-open file. Black decided to go for rook d8, yes. Have in mind. You keep, of course, like protecting d5 pawn once again in some situations, and maybe later with the ideas like to put the rook on d7 and then play like d4 one day and b5. Who knows? Yeah. So knight c3. White makes sure that he puts his knight back into the game at the right moment. So knight c3, maybe with some ideas to jump with the knight somewhere else, but okay, knight b5 doesn't make sense at the moment.
Yeah, I'm curious if white can strike in the center at some point.
Maybe g6 and actually then knight d4. Maybe this is a plan for black.
Yeah.
That's why she decided to protect d5 square many times in order to be able to play this knight d4.
g6, there she goes.
Yes, g6 and... okay, so knight doesn't go to e3. Maybe
actually knight.
Mm-hmm.
Could the knight even go to e3? Was there any problems?
d4 is possible, but I'm not sure it works.
Not immediately, at least.
Yes. So maybe the idea is knight d4 now. White can play knight f3, trying to exchange those knights. Maybe she wanted to keep her second knight on f3, not f3, which is probably also smart.
One problem for white is that the time is starting to become a big problem. Let's remind everyone that the players get a 5-second increment per move, but especially against Daisy, who is not only so strong, but she is so tricky in these blitz situations. You need to keep an eye on that. I like f4. Maybe now the knight can jump back to f3 and then try to go to e5, but still I agree with you. I think that Daisy's position is a bit better and easier to play.
Yeah, maybe some ideas with f5 also. This is what she is hoping for. Yeah, okay, so rook e7. She protects the bishop on b7 for some
Okay, maybe f5. Why not?
Maybe f5 now. Yes, maybe it was possible. f5. e3 against knight d4 move as well. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's d4. Okay, so here she goes.
Now we see the idea behind rook e7.
Yes, so rook d4, and now d3 became suddenly a weakness. That's why she takes with the rook. White moves the bishop from exchange. She doesn't want to exchange the bishop. I'm not sure it's a good idea because now this monster bishop on b7. Wow. Yes.
We talked earlier about isolated pawns, and I think this pawn on d3 is a big, big weakness here.
I don't know, maybe you can even take on d3 and you're ready to sacrifice this exchange in order to have this bishop which has no opponent on g2. You know, I would consider it for sure to take on d3, bishop takes rook d3, bishop is hanging on d2, and next move can be e6 and knight d4. I mean, all the pieces are, going towards the king g5. So.
And I think the fact that Daisy hasn't played yet, I think she's definitely considering it.
Yeah. So, but she found the other way.
Another way to give up the exchange.
Yes, but it was in the air, it was in the air because those two bishops are very strong. Yes, so she made sure that now the bishop cannot go to e3, and what else you can do? Yes, so bishop e3, it's checkmate. Wow, knight g4 was much better. She just wins the game on the spot. You made it.
What an end to this game. Once again, so impressive by Daisy, who's now 4 out of 4. Let's see how the other games are going, but that was really, really impressive. Let's see the game between LS and Bayern.
Yes, I'm opening it too, and I see the ending. Yes, so opposite color and rook are on the board. I mean,
almost like in the women's match today.
Almost, yes, and Black has extra pawn right now. It's 5 against 4, but if this pawn will play a big role, that's a good question still. You know that when you have opposite bishops on the board, it's it depends on the situation, but many times if the rooks are exchanged, the position can be very drawish.
Yeah.
If the rooks are still on the board, there is more dynamic on the position, but okay, we'll see. B4.
I was just gonna say, one of the big questions here is Black able to play B4 at a good moment?
Then if white takes on before, then rook e2 probably comes, and this pawn the c pawn becomes very dangerous, and the king will be, let's say, far away. So she takes. I don't know if she can play c3 right away. Yes, that's what she does. Yes, c3 even better. White to take on before if you can push immediately. So maybe
can she play b5 maybe?
Yes, rook c2. Yes, but rook b3. I'm not sure about this move. It allows Black to push things really far away.
Yeah, but
rook e2 first check, and then maybe c2 followed by.
But c2, rook c3.
King c5. Okay, she decided to bring the king, and I think it's very smart. But you should watch out for some ideas like bishop d6 was, I think, possible. Rook g4. I mean, I'm not sure if it works, but it just came to my mind that when rook was on before, still bishop d6 was maybe. But you have to really calculate until the end. Maybe this ending was still lost. Yes, this pawn ending.
But can we? But okay. One thing that is good for Black is that the h pawn is. That h1 is a light square, because I was thinking, I can maybe take on c3, but it doesn't work actually. Well,
yes.
No, I mean, if the bishop was the color was the right color, maybe we could do this, but not here.
Yes, it's not here, but it's a good idea. It's always a nice trick, yes, to save the game. So, okay, White still tries to keep control over c1 square and maybe save the game, but of course it's not that easy. Also considering the fact that the king is quite weak and Black can keep trying.
Yeah, I have a feeling that with best play it should be a draw, but best play and a blitz game with under 20 seconds is a different story.
Yes, and it's hard to defend with White. Bishop f5, threatening to take on c3.
So rook b3 is first.
Yes, and yes, how do you make progress? How to make progress now? It's a good question. Yes. Like what, king b2? Still, you don't threaten to push this pawn on c2. You are pinned, and I mean, how you will pin now? Okay, rook c6. I'm not sure about this move.
No, I would also have kept the rook on the c file for sure.
So now Black has this idea to unchain a little bit. So bishop d4.
I'm very surprised that she moved the rook from the c file.
Yes, rook belongs to c file. Yes. Making life of Black much difficult.
Okay, but now, because rook c3?
Rook c3, yes, and it's a good point. Yes, if you go
king b2?
Rook c5.
Yeah, but...
Yes, it's pleasant, yes. So,
and you don't have a...
Yes, so what? What about rook c5? Maybe c1?
But rook c5, king a2 maybe. Wow. But then the pawn falls, yeah?
Wow. Yes. But still nice. It looks nice. King a3 she plays, and now rook c2 is possible, yes. And then this is how you lose the pawn. And
now, now the position should be a dead draw, but White will try a little bit.
Okay, rook f2, now it's a draw, yes. You yes, and you keep the bishops, and there is no any chance for White to use this pawn on g3. I think the draw offer, was taken, and we have a draw in this match.
What a fighting game. And actually,
Yes.
all other games in this round have ended. Let's see if any games are still going in the under 16. No, it looks like everything finished. And in the under 9, everything finished as well. So
Maybe we could check one of the games of girls from
Sure.
from women's section. Yes, which one we followed the Daisy a game, and I think the game the previous one which finished in a draw. Maybe we can see also how the other games finished.
Yes. So the game between Lamanhayeva and Maria Komyagina ended in a black win. So Maria winning her first game, and the final looks like that was quite a crazy game. Maybe we can quickly play through it. So Sicilian, we haven't actually seen many Sicilians. Then accelerated dragon. Let's just not pay too much attention to the opening, but very sharp, very sharp stuff here. Knight a7, a4, knight g6. White is just pushing that a pawn up the board. Now, white castled here. Wow, I would never dare to castle here in a million years. That's a very brave decision by white. We see black immediately, queen d7, looking at the pawn on h3. And I guess black's attack just became too strong. Let's see what happened here. g4. All the lines are starting to open in front of the white king. White felt like she had to give up the exchange. But the problem is the attack continues anyway. Very nice move, queen d8, looking to bring the queen round. Oh, queen decides to go back to d7, and now black bringing her king into safety by castling queenside. And after c4, f6. Okay, things still got a little... White did a great job, actually, of trying to create some counter chances. And black said, I'm going to try and exchange queens. Black said, no thank you. Played d6, queen a5, bishop a7. Things got incredibly messy here. Wow.
Absolutely, but say white had tried, yes, to block this this attack, and let's say succeeded in keeping things for some time. But yeah, what a crazy game, c5, and now it's white who's attacking.
And then white was getting very close to getting somewhere after rook a1, but then rook d1 forcing the rooks off, and after bishop e2, that was that. Black has no more, white has no more counter chances, and white could just exchange everything and go into a winning ending thanks to the extra exchange. So very nice game by Maria here.
Yes, okay, it seems like really crazy one. Wow. Yes.
What a game. And then the other games were also actually one player didn't show up to her game. Maybe she thought that the break was after round 3. That could be. Let's take a look at the standings here. So we see Daisy Curry
with 4 out of 4. Yes,
with
perfect.
4 out of 4. What a result from her. And then we have 2 players from Vietnam on 3 and 2.5 points. And then on 2 points, Lamanhayeva, on 1.5, Maria, LS, and Erin Bayern. So those are the standings for now in the main event of the Queen's Festival. And let's see first in the under 16. So the under 16, we still have 2 players on a perfect score. Maybe actually later we can, maybe if we can see when these 2 players are playing, Diva and Dolly, maybe we could follow that game.
I see. Actually, even I noticed that in the main event, let's say for female players, in 8 players only, but you know how many countries? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, different countries, you know, out of 8 players. Wow. I mean, I think it's really great to have so many different countries presented in only like such a small final.
Absolutely. I mean, such a global event. And then in the under 9, also 2 players out in front with 4 points. So let me just see, in the under 16, when do the players meet? Dolly and, oh wait, this is the under 9, so under 16. Actually, after the break, we will see the game between Samantha Dolly and Shambolu Diva. So maybe we can follow that after the game.
Of course.
After the break, not after the game.
After the break, yes. Yes. So now we will take a short break, right?
No, I think we will take a long break, actually. I think we will take a long break. There was one break in the day for the players. The next round, round 5, will start at 4:30 p.m. Central European Summer Time.
Wait, please don't go too far away. Just have a coffee,
Yes.
some tea, and come back. Yes,
I will put the starting time on the screen while we are gone. So we'll be back in half an hour, 5 minutes before the game starts. And I'm going to once again now play also the videos from Dana and from Anastasiya. So Anastasiya, I will see you in half an hour. I will see all our viewers in half an hour. And yeah, take care. See you guys very, very soon. As Anastasiya had said, don't go too far away.
No, for sure not.
And
Okay.
Anastasiya, I can't mute you now because of the video. So you'll be muted in like 2 minutes.
Sure.
See you guys soon.
Greetings, dear ladies, the participants of the Queen's Festival and Little Princesses Tournament. I'm sending you the warm cold greetings from China, from Shanghai. I'm sitting in the chair of the current world chess champion, Zhu Wenjun, and on the opposite side there's a chair of Lei Tingjie, the challenger. So those are two strongest players in the world for now. They are competing to understand who would be holding the crown. So my wish to you is that this tournament you are now participating at would be one little element in your future chess career ladder. Probably one day one of you might be sitting here at the top of the Olympus of chess, fighting for the crown. But even if it's not the case, I'm pretty sure that the experience, the emotions, the knowledge, the skills you will get in this tournament will help you to become the better personalities, if not the champions of chess of the world, then the champions of your lives. Wishing you good luck and lots of excitement.
Dear participants of Queens and Princes Chess Festival, on behalf of the Women Commission, I greet you today and I'm very happy that you play in our tournament. Our mission is to make that all women all around the world, all girls, will start playing chess. And I hope one day we can reach this goal. I wish you good luck, and I hope to see you next year in Olympia in Budapest.
Hello and welcome back to the Queen's Chess Festival final. My name is Fiona Steil-Antoni and I'm here with Women Grandmaster Anastasiya. Karlovich, Anastasiya, we're just past the halfway mark. What are your impressions of the tournament so far?
So far, I have very good impressions. All games are very exciting. Literally, like we haven't seen any boring game so far. Girls are fighting, almost no draws. Everybody wants to be first and win the really important prize, a really nice one, and go to the World Chess Olympiad. So I'm really, really happy to see that so many participants from different countries take part in this event. And so far it's very impressive, and I hope the strongest will win.
Absolutely. We have a sole leader in the main event. She's been so impressive. She was the top seed. It's International Master Daisy Corey from Peru. But in this round, which will start in 2 minutes, we've decided to follow a game
Under 16, yes.
from the Under 16 Princess Tournament. Because there are two players there with a perfect score, 4 out of 4, and they're actually meeting each other right now. That's Samantha Dolly with the white pieces and Chembrolu Divya Bhavani with the black pieces. So that's the game we're about to see. As you can see, it says starting soon. The game will start at past. We haven't really seen too many games from this section, but I really feel like this game could decide the tournament winner with only 3 rounds to go now.
Yes, exactly. In general, this tournament is, I think, it was very important for women chess. It grows year by year, and the idea is also to attract the attention of girls and women all around the world who also have no rating and maybe don't have actually opportunities to play in offline events. But now they have this event only for girls, and they can simply join it and even try to win the big prize. So I really hope that this event actually will be more and more popular, and more girls will try to compete and show their strengths. And maybe even if you are not playing right now, but you're just watching it, you can maybe think about it and try to train before the next edition will happen next year.
Exactly. Open to all women players from all over the world. So really a fun festival in its 2nd year now, but hopefully it keeps, as Anastasiya just said, keeps growing, keeps getting bigger and better. For now, we're very soon, only 3 rounds remain to find out who is going to win that ticket to next year's Olympiad. Actually, the prize giving will be held during the Olympiad, which will also be very exciting for the winners. And I really think this next game here between Samantha and Chembrolu could potentially decide who will win the Under 16. There is 1 prize to go to the Olympiad in every group, in the Under 9, in the Under 16 and in the main festival. Anyway, they are off. 1 E4 is on the board. We've actually in the main tournament not seen so many E4 openings. Somehow it was mostly D4, C4. But now we see a Vienna game here. Very interesting.
Okay, Bishop C4, not A4. But yes, I think both of us, Fiona, play E4, E5, yes? If I'm not mistaken. So we know a little bit what's happening here, yes. Knight F6. You say it started as Vienna, but finished as, some kind of Italian opening. I think some moves like Knight E5 sometimes are possible here. So Black should watch out. Maybe not a bad idea to play D6 to make sure that it's not possible to take on A5. Maybe now, I think. Okay, now it's not possible because Bishop will be hanging, but some lines, yes. It's like a mixture of...
it's a very unusual Italian. Now, this D6 move, which is quite standard, has been played. But I like actually the way that Black has handled the position so far, all normal moves. Maybe here a move like A6 to give the bishop from C5 a square to retreat to, or bishop G4 also makes a lot of sense. Now that White didn't play H3 to pin the knight on F3, I guess the bishop will go back to H5 to keep the pin alive, and then not so clear. Does White want to ever break the pin with G4? It's a very risky strategy.
Exactly, maybe the king will be exposed after that. Actually, Bishop G4 was against, this D4, movement. Black is inviting White to play this move. She goes
for it. Very brave decision.
Yes, and now the pawn on e4 is hanging. Maybe d3, it's not a
D3.
bad option, but maybe we will see d4. Like you said, a, let's say b as well.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, oh yes, you can see d4. Yes, it's coming. So it seems like white is in a very, very aggressive mood.
For sure. One of the nice things for black is that she hasn't castled kingside yet, so maybe in the future she can play queen d7 and try to castle queenside and go for an attack on the king side. I think that's what I would be considering here if I was black. I think the bishop will just go back to b6 now. Probably not minding white to take with this idea in mind that maybe she wants to castle queenside in the future.
Yes, rook a1 with some ideas, maybe to push e5 and use the fact that the king is still in the center. So that's why black probably decided to go for the short castling just to avoid all these issues which would have happened after e5. So let's see what's going on now. Queen f6, what white will play g5. I doubt this, but by the way, look, if g5 and if you take on g5, you can lose the queen.
Oh my goodness, that's such a trick. Now black has to be very careful here.
Yes.
White is so tricky. So what Anastasiya is saying is that if h takes g5, bishop takes g5, and the black queen actually has no squares to go to, it would be lost. So the queen has to go back now, probably to e7.
And then you lose the pawn on h6, but maybe, wow, I mean, what's the turn of what's going on?
I mean, white has been so tricky here.
Yes, I don't know, maybe even some ideas with later h4, h5 are possible.
Yeah.
Yes, but for the moment, maybe white can just grab this pawn on h6. It's very risky for black to play queen e7 and then take pawn on e4 because it's going to be a very, very dangerous hit. So I don't think he will go for it. But yeah, it's unpleasant. Yes, g5. Look at this. Queen d8. Black decides to go all the way back. And now white has good opportunity just to win one pawn and start asking questions also on the king's side.
For sure. Maybe after g takes h6, maybe black can play... Oh, white even wants more.
Right away. No, the idea is actually that now the bishop is hanging. It's a very unpleasant pin. And if you go bishop h7, then maybe like g6 moves.
Yeah, but g6 and then the knight is hanging. And suddenly things are not so clear. I don't know. Knight h4 looked tempting. But I don't know if it was the best move, because suddenly the white pawn on g5 is now under attack.
So you see the knight goes back. I was considering some moves like queen h5, something like that. Then d4 would be hanging. So knight goes back, and maybe it's like a small victory for black right now. He can even take maybe on g5 if possible, or play h5. Even.
Yeah, I'm not sure which of the two. I think maybe take.
Yes,
okay, h5.
Yes.
No, I think this was a big success for black. I think white really, I mean, she had set this thing up perfectly with g5. I think she should have captured on h6.
Yes, maybe. Now d5, yes. Like trying to do something with this pawn. I'm not sure if it's like the best move in this position.
Yeah, because the bishop on c4 was so well placed looking down at the king on g8, and suddenly this diagonal is closed. Maybe black can even go knight e5 here.
Yes. I think so. You don't normally try to close this bishop if you have such a nice bishop there. I would wait with the move d5 and maybe play something different. Let's say trying to move this bishop into the game, the dark square bishop. Right now,
knight e7 I also like. The knight is going to look to come to g6. The only problem for black is the bishop on h7 is kind of out of the game, but the bishop on b6, which I thought was going to be exchanged earlier, is suddenly a monster. On that long diagonal. So yeah, I don't know, knight g6 maybe.
Yeah, knight g6 looks logical also, with the idea to maybe play knight e5 at certain point. Yes, so maybe even queen d7 with some idea to look at this pawn on h3 and ask what white will do, king h2 or h4. So it's double h still. Position is still far from being clear.
Very double-edged, actually. Yes, I like your move also, queen d7.
Maybe queen d7, bring another rook to e8. So queen d7, this is what she's playing. And after probably king h2, then maybe like...
Maybe even f6, try to open the f file.
Even f5 sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? I mean, so still okay. Maybe White can try something like Bishop f4 and try to push e5, Rook d1.
I like
Because
f5 as well. The problem is maybe White can go e5 then, and suddenly things get a bit
and then you cannot
messy.
really take on e5, d6 is so maybe e5 is in a way threat in certain point. So Black decided not to go for f6 or f5 and move the rook on e8, trying to block the square e5, playing later knight g6 or something like
Yeah,
that.
I think knight g6, knight e5 should definitely be a plan now. Later try to put some pressure on the pawn on e4.
Maybe White can play something like knight h4, moving the knight back and threatening pawn on h5. And if Black plays g6, then
Then
this
the
pawn,
bishop.
then the bishop will be like a pawn on h7. So you should be careful with such moves. So I could consider the move like knight h4. Actually, I thought this was the whole idea, to push d5, so the pawn on h4 is not hanging, and then go back with the knight on h4. We'll see. Maybe this is what White will do at the end of the day, but no, she decides to exchange the bishops. She included these moves a4, a5 to make this bishop more vulnerable, and now Black decided to exchange, because if White would take on b6, then pawns would be weak later on. So a4, a5 was an interesting.
And
so
here it comes, knight g6. It's actually a very balanced game. I feel like both players maybe missed some interesting continuations, but all three results possible. And now knight e4 I like, because in the future, if the knight goes to e5, I think White will move the bishop away, maybe back to e2 even, to target the pawn, and then maybe follow up with f4, and White will suddenly start creating her own attacking chances.
I'm afraid that, yes, after f4, White will be doing better. Because now, look, if you play move g6 and after f4, where your knight goes, that will be a good question. Maybe there are some ideas with c5, you know, like trying to get some counterplay.
Yeah.
But
I think White has suddenly really clearly taken the upper hand, and I think if she wants, she can probably win a pawn on the next move.
Yes, looks like, yes. So like
f4 I don't see how Black can both. Oh,
h4, because the pawn was hanging, and Black definitely didn't want to play g6 in this position. And now after f4, probably he decides to go to g6, and if you push further f5, go back to e5. Maybe something like that. But I still like how it goes for White. f4, bishop g4. Can be tricky, you know, like so much.
Suddenly all the pieces are coming to life for White.
Yeah, also like you have space advantage suddenly at this moment, that Black, you see, have lack of squares. But do we know if we have the space advantage, we try not to exchange pieces? Look, bishop b5, even better.
Even better, yes.
Yes, now you just finally the positional pluses turn into
material pluses.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
I mean, Samantha has really, I think, overall played a really nice game. She's about to pick up an exchange. That's not going to be the end of the game yet, but now, as Anastasiya said, turning her positional trumps into material advantage.
Yes. So, and still White has better position no matter what, you know, still a positional advantage is here. And like, look at this bishop on h7, knight on g6, there definitely pieces are placed on the wrong squares, and also queen d4, next move. Oh my gosh, how to defend against all those threats. Yes, so if you play queen d8, for example, after queen d4, you wonder how you protect this g7 square.
Yeah.
So maybe queen f8 is the only move. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, it feels like things are very close to falling apart. Queen f8, maybe even rook c1, just bringing the last piece into the game, hitting the pawn on c7.
Yes. It looks really, really difficult for Black at the moment. Yes, if your pieces are placed like this. You know, we have this saying, if you can take all pieces with one hand, and this is what is happening right now on the board, it means the position is not good.
Yes.
So this is, all the pieces are in the same corner for Black, as you can see.
And rook d1, I wonder if that means that she wants at some point to go e5. I'm confused a bit about putting the rook on d1 rather than c1, but okay, her position, of course, is so good that, I mean, even queen f2 maybe on the next move to just target the pawn on h4. There's so many things that white can do. Meanwhile, black down in exchange and no active plan at all.
So that's why maybe it's a last attempt to create something. Black plays f6 in order to give some space to the pieces, and so white takes the challenge, takes on f6. Don't know if it was another option, but white probably wanted just to get this e5, to keep control over e5 square.
Okay.
So now
maybe we can take on b2. It's a bit greedy, but when the position is bad, why not at least take some material?
Look, with queen f5 is an interesting move, but I see that white is still winning after e takes f5, rook is 3, and you take on g6 with the pawn.
And the bishop is trapped.
Yes. Yeah. No, but for the second, I saw that white actually missed it. That's why it's important to keep calculating. It's very important not to stop after queen f5 happily. You make this move and then you understand that.
So king f7 actually creating a square for the bishop. The bishop, of course, will not be very happy on g8, but at least it won't get trapped. So maybe she wants to play queen
f5,
f5 next.
It's a kind of a threat now. Yes,
she's also defending the knight on g6, so maybe she also wants to take on b2 on the next move. Okay, she's still in the game at least, and she's fighting very well.
So queen f3, protecting against the idea queen f5, but what about queen b2? I think it's still possible. Yes?
Maybe she is not seeing this pawn.
Yes.
Sometimes it's easy to get this blindness.
Now I think rook g7 is possible, yes, and that's what's happening. White gets some more material. Like if queen g7, which was not played, then it would be over. What's going on now? Rook h7, knight f5, yes? And you have an extra rook in the position. Yeah.
I mean, unless black can somehow find a perpetual or some tricks.
Maybe now she will see the move queen b2 and rook b2. Something like that, but I think white has enough
Careful
resources.
Not to play queen g2 because of rook e2. That's one trick.
You're right, yes. So king h1 is the only move, and now, I don't know, rook e2, threatening rook h2, and not really. So she goes just back with the queen, and, I mean, kind of accepting the fact that she plays down.
I think this was maybe the last chance. When you're down a rook, you cannot play passive moves, because the only chance is to create some active counterplay, and now with the white queen coming in, I think we'll see a mate very soon here.
Rook h8 and queen h7. Like this.
And if the king goes to e7, then queen e8 will be made.
Bravo, Fiona. I didn't see it. It's coming. Just queen e8, checkmate in one move. Good.
She has a minute and a half. This is a moment where I think she shouldn't rush. She takes her time and she spots queen e8 mate. So congratulations to Samantha. Very nice win. And I think that gives her a very clear leader position. We'll take a look at the standings in a second. For now, let's just see what's happening in the main event in round 5. So only one game is still going here, and that is Erin Bayern against the woman grandmaster from Vietnam. And that H pawn, even if it's opposite colored squared bishops, well, actually not so clear, this endgame.
This endgame, yes, because it's unclear how black can make progress, yes, with this h-pawn. If you push it to h3, then bishop goes to h1, and good luck finding the square for the king, how to get inside. Yes, so, I don't know, h2, huh? But still, I mean, king h3 is not a threat. Maybe there is some kind of Zugzwang.
That's what I was thinking as well, that black will try maybe to put her bishop to b2, her pawn to a3. I expect she will go...
Yes.
Okay,
and now she goes another way around from h4, yes. But maybe it's some kind of fortress. Like, how do you get there? Bishop h4, I just keep my king on e1, I don't know.
She will probably try to... I know, she can't play c5. Sorry, I realized the pawn on d5 is hanging.
So bishop d5, tricky move. She's trying maybe to let the king go somewhere, and then bishop d2 might follow at a certain point. But I don't know, I have a feeling that white...
It looks like a fortress, right?
Yes, the fortress, yes. It's not that easy to get through, even though looks like black should have chances. This pawn on f2, it's important not to push pawns. Yeah. Then they keep some squares. They just take
there
care.
are no entry squares for the black king, either on the king side, on the queen side. I think she will try to play c5 eventually. Now the king is defending d5. So maybe she will play bishop e7 and c5 or king d6
Yes,
and c5.
Yes, that's a good plan, and then maybe something will
But
create it.
now the f pawn has to move, and that is going to leave some entry squares.
So probably king c2 maybe was not the best decision
No.
here. It was anything else at this moment, but yes, I mean you now f2 is threatened, and if you push it, we can see what's coming. Either black will push c5 first, or just king will try to penetrate and get into the king's side. So she plays king d2, but yes, now I don't know. Maybe it was the best chance, but I feel that now black has really good chances here.
Yeah. Yeah, now
So-
the king will come back. Still
And
not
maybe
so easy to win it, but
But it's,
progress has been made.
maybe she can put the bishop on b2 and then push c5 and then something like with d4 and c3, but and she just decides first to go with the king as far as possible and then maybe plays the bishop on... yes, so look, the plan is king g3, then she puts the bishop on b2 and then the king should defend, and that's it. Yes, I think
very
it's
nice,
a big
yes.
threat. Yes, it's a big
Yeah.
threat now. To play bishop c1 and bishop b2 and king goes to f2 and g1. What a great technique!
Very nice. And yeah, I think the problem really was this king c2 move. I think the king had to stay within reach
Yes.
of the defense of the pawn on f2, and now we see this plan come to fruition, bishop b2, and the king is going to go to g1, and that will be the end of the game.
Yes, because just she will promote the pawn, and with an extra bishop, yes, it's easy to win. No, but really, I liked how black played. He played with pawn on a3, I mean, and tricked at the end.
Yeah.
It's a good
It's
position.
always difficult to defend these positions.
White is still hoping to make to find some stalemate.
Yeah, but I think apparently, by the way, this is Huang Tang. Let me see.
No, there was a chance. King d2 would be a stalemate, by the way, but
Yeah.
but I don't think it's now. King d3 is a stalemate, by the way. So it's all the time these ideas. You should be very careful. That's why black takes time. King c2 and now king e2 with d1 idea. Yes. Okay. Now it's checkmate in one move.
Very nice technique. Okay, I think
Nice.
we can call her by her name. Like in my chat, somebody confirmed that this is Huang Tantrang. So nice win for her. Let's see what happened in the other games in this round. Daisy continued on her winning ways, beating Laman Hayeva. Wow, maybe we can quickly play through that whole game because it looked pretty brutal. So she continued playing her trusted Queen's Gambit. Let's see, how did this go wrong so quickly for black? So I'm on move 15, Queen A2. So far, I don't see any big danger in black's position. We saw an exchange on E4, Rook C1, Queen E7 still looks fine, B3, Queen F6, Queen E2, Rook D8. Okay, Queen G4. So the white queen is getting closer, but still, how did this game end in only 5 moves? Bishop A3. And then maybe this move was missed. This bishop H4, Queen H6. Oof, what a demolition. Knight takes E6. What a powerful move by Daisy. Bishop takes C1, takes on D8. She hit the king on h1, and after bishop f4 there is bishop f7 and bishop h5. What's the threat here? Let's see, bishop a8. Oh, the threat was another fork again on f7. But I think the position was lost anyway. What a beautiful attacking game by Daisy Corey.
She has 5 out of 5. Yes, so
5
she's
out
right.
of 5. Let's have a look at the standings.
The same result as Magnus lately. Yes. who
Yes,
won.
exactly.
Yes.
So we see the standings here. Daisy Corey on 5 points. Behind her, a woman I am from Vietnam. I still don't know who that is, but she's on 4 and Huang Trang is on 3.5. Then Maria has won, I think, 2 games in a row to come back to 50%. She's on 2.5.
And she's playing against actually Daisy Corey.
Okay, so we can watch that next round. So those are the standings in the main group. Now let's see the standings in the under 16. So we just saw Samantha win her game against Cembrulu. So Samantha now leads with 5 points. Cembrulu still on 4. And then one player on 3.5. So we'll see if somebody can stop Samantha, but she's looking like she's on her way. With only
to Budapest, all the
on
way
her way
to
to Budapest, exactly. Only 2 rounds to go. So we'll see if anyone can stop her. And let's take a look at the standings in the under 9. In the under 9, actually, we have 2 players. No, wait. Somehow that did not. Or is everyone? 1 second. So in the under 9. Oh, okay. In the under 9, we have 2 players on 4. So nobody has a perfect score here any longer. We don't have the full names for either player. So those 2 are the favorites. We'll keep an eye on what's going on here. And Anastasiya, you just mentioned, Magnus's recent perfect day in Zagreb. You were there. Can you tell us a little bit about what it was like?
Yeah, it was exactly. I like the way you put it. The perfect day. Like, you cannot be more perfect, right? If you make 9 out of 9. Yes, exactly. No, it was actually very interesting to follow it so closely. I was at the playing venue, and also it was very nice to catch him first and see his first emotions. I've never seen him so happy. He was just smiling all the way. Fiona, can you imagine? Like, I've seen him winning his titles, all of them, basically, but I've never seen him so happy for so long time. He couldn't believe that he has done it, and he was just smiling, and he was like, you could see real happiness on his face. So it's that's why we play chess, all of us, right? For this type of moments, so that finally we can gain some points, and like, his joy was so clear that it was a pleasure to see number 1 in the world, former world champion, which I still sometimes cannot pronounce, but that's what's happening. And I really like the fact that some girls also have perfect score here. It's a nice feeling, and so they feel like Magnus Carlsen probably right now, but still it's 2 rounds to go, and they should still fight in order to make this day perfect too.
Absolutely. I have to say, I saw your first, the story you made when you interviewed him with your phone, when he just came out of the playing hall.
Yes.
And it's so rare to see Magnus speechless. I mean, for Magnus...
Yes, really, I'm the one who was making the whole talk, the whole conversation.
Yes.
Yeah, but you could see emotions, and that was the most important. And he kept checking the standings. I think he believed what just happened, and he kept looking at the screen, and trying to realize that this is exactly what's going on. Yes, this feeling is good. I mean, of course, I haven't had it in my life. Let's say I never scored 9 out of 9, I think, but yes, when you have this kind of at least few victories in a row, it's a very nice feeling. Have you ever done something like this, Fiona, in your life?
A perfect score, no, but I will always remember my best result was in 2006 at the Olympiad. I won a gold medal on board 2, and I scored 10 out of 12, which was it's not quite 9 out of 9, but it was a lot of points. And it's like, it's such you get such a feeling of confidence at some point.
Yes.
Like, it's quite rare for it to happen when you suddenly feel like, okay, I will win, I'm playing so well, and it's almost like, yeah, you're like in a trance almost, and I'm sure that's how some of these players are feeling. I was saying that this was Huang Trang, by the way, in the Queen's Festival, but maybe not, because it could also be Huang Thibao Tham, which actually I think makes more sense, because the player here is playing under the Vietnamese flag, and as far as I know, Huang Trang is playing for Hungary, so I think it makes more sense that it would be Huang Thibao. Anyway, we'll see I'm sure all the final results will be published eventually by FIDE with all the names, so we'll find out at the latest afterwards who the players were. So 2 rounds to go, 2 games to go. We will follow Maria Komiagina in the next one. let me quickly just open the pairings also in the under 16. We will go there next.
So we will go first for
for Daisy,
and then under 16. Yes, what's going on there? Yes,
to see, because those are the two players, right, on a perfect score, Daisy Curry and Samantha Dolly. So we'll see if they can keep it up.
You know, Fiona, for some reason I remember all my perfect scores, but the other way around. Like when you lose 3 games in a row or 4 games in a row, this happened to me more often probably than when you win.
I remember those very well as well, though you're not alone. I once, I will never forget, I played, it was in 2018, I played French League, which is 11 games in a row. Yes. And I started with 0 out of 7.
Okay, you beat my records. I had 0 out of 4, I think, or 0 out of 5, something like that.
You're not even close, Anastasiya.
Yeah, this is funny. Yes. I mean, but okay, what to do? We have to, you know, if you play chess, you should kind of be ready for this type of situations. Like the most important is not to tilt that much that you start losing really everything. And we should be ready for that. I know many people, they give up playing chess at this point, and I'm sure that also girls who took part in this event, I mean, they experienced different times and difficulties as well. It's important still to keep remembering that mistakes are your small steps on the way to success, especially in chess. Like more you play, more you lose. Doesn't matter what result you have, just more you play, better you become. But it's hard way, right? I mean, not everybody is ready to face the situations when you keep losing, and your self-confidence, of course, goes down. But what to do? This is the only way you
agree.
Can have.
I think it's really one of the most important things is to learn how to deal with bad results, because it really, as you mentioned, it can be quite a tough blow psychologically, and I mean, I've had losses which are really, really painful, and they're hard to get over. So in chess, we will, throughout our careers, we will experience some highs and we will experience some lows. So I think that the highs are, it's nice to enjoy them and you feel great, but it's, I think, really very important just to understand that sometimes things will not go to way, and to understand, like to try and learn how to handle those moments as well.
Yes, exactly. Yes, we all add all this bread, how you call it, like we have done all these things. And yes, it's important. So girls, even if you didn't succeed on your first event, keep trying, don't give up. It's very important to take part and just play and just move on, and never give up, never.
Exactly. Also, I mean, every game you lose you will learn something from it. So I kind of just saying it's very cliche, either you win or you learn. But it's true in a sense. And Anastasiya, we see our first French defense on the board.
Yes, knight 3 variation. Yes, one bishop b4. Yes, some theory is happening.
Is this? I always mistake. Is this the McCutcheon, or is this no? McCutcheon is knight f6. This is the Winawer, yeah?
I don't know. Don't go so far with the names. For me, just French defense, knight 3. And bishop before. Yeah, I don't remember the names here, but I just remembered a couple of moves. Like there was a c5 move, but I think there was also bishop d3. I played something like queen d3, crazy line, which was played by Maya Chiburdanidze. So I played it in blitz very often instead of e5. But here, I mean, it's one of the lines as well, and
I wonder if bishop d2 is maybe a little surprise, because it looks like Daisy, like, she's been playing so fast, she knows her theory very well, she's been playing at the highest level for so long. So my guess is that bishop d2 is an unusual move if Daisy.
So what about cd4? Yes, so if black takes on d4, can white play something like knight b5? Trying to, get to d6 quickly, but then black has bishop b7, yes, and take on d4. So yes, it's probably one of the rare lines, yes, bishop d2, which, like...
I mean, to see Daisy spend almost 1 minute, or even more than 1 minute...
yes. At the opening.
Yes, on move 5, we haven't seen that today. at all.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Yes, she's surprised and she tries to remember maybe what to play. Okay, CD4, knight B5, like White wants to actually, if you exchange the bishops, then D6 square will be weak. So she
Yeah,
plays
I was
this.
just gonna say, I'm not a French player, but I felt like I don't really want to take on D4, I don't think.
Yeah, and A3. Wow. So what's going on here? Yes, so White is inviting Black to take on C3,
Yeah.
and then
She
you
goes
take
for
the
that.
bishop. Yes, so you take the bishop. You take and then knight C6 maybe.
Yeah, that
So-
makes a lot of sense.
And okay, then you just keep
Do
developing
you think
pieces.
White might be considering to take with the queen?
Maybe. And then after knight C6, you move the queen to G4.
To G4,
White
yeah.
would.
I think G4 is very often where the queen wants to go.
Yes, but then after knight E7, I mean, it's a typical idea sometimes even to give up this pawn on G7 and even on H7 in order to, yes, so no, okay, Black plays immediately knight E7 to prevent all the ideas with queen G4.
Yeah.
Now you have knight F5 or you have castling. Yeah, but you know what? I mean, I feel that it can be pleasant for White.
I think we're gonna see something very short. I think White will castle queenside and go for an attack on the king side. And I think this is, maybe the last big test for Daisy. If she gets to 6 out of 6, I don't know
Yes.
if anyone can still stop her. But I like the way that Maria is playing this. So creating a sort of small surprise with bishop d2. Maybe she even used, there was this half-hour break after round 4, and maybe she quickly took a look at what to play against.
Good
Daisy.
idea. Yes, maybe she has prepared, and the fact that other girls don't have full names maybe also helps them
Yeah.
so the others don't know who are them and they cannot really prepare against them. So okay, like knight F5 protecting G7 pawn. And like you cannot really get rid of the knight so easily. Like you can play bishop D3.
I guess d4 is also maybe a threat. Yeah?
Maybe yes, but yes, D4 and then you take on E5. Yes.
So maybe f4 or... It looks a little bit scary, but I feel like as White we cannot afford to lose the pawn on e5. Maybe knight f3 makes more sense. I don't know.
Knight F3 is possible here.
Oh.
As well. Castling. So also one of the ideas against D4. Yes. So D4 and then you can play knight F3 or F4 because you don't threaten to take on C3 after that. Wow. Oh yeah, it's a fight. I can
Very
say
sharp.
that it's nice.
Very, very sharp. White Maria is still keeping her small edge on the clock as well. I feel like this is the biggest test that Daisy had to face so far. It's I feel it's the first time. She always played position where she was kind of in control, and she was dictating the tempo of the game. But I feel this is the first time that White said, okay, I want to play aggressively, and she's doing just that. But Queen B6 is also nice. Now Black is hitting F2.
Yes.
She stepped out of the D file, so she's also maybe getting ready to play D4 again. Not so easy. What will White do here?
I wonder where Black wants to do the castling because they still keep both options, right? So even bishop d7 castling is possible, or short castling looks a little bit like maybe unsafe because White still has an idea maybe to play later bishop d3, take the knight on f5, and perhaps push e6 or create something else. So queen f4, protecting the pawn on e5. Like if Black now pushes d4,
and also the pawn on f2.
Yes,
so
both
protecting both pawns. And maybe she wants to play g4 next. I think that's another idea behind putting the queen away.
There are also some ideas with rook h3, and then you can even kick out the queen later from b file and then go back to
I like this a lot. I am with you. I think that maybe Daisy will try to castle queenside. Castling kingside looks incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, so like for example, like bishop d7, g4, knight goes back, and and then you try to run away with your king somewhere else. So d4, yes, I think it's logical. This bishop should get more passive.
And where will the bishop go? Okay, it goes to d2, probably the most logical square. And will Black just go bishop d7? What do you think?
Yes, bishop d7. I think Black should try to finish the development somehow. And I don't know if such ideas like bishop knight a5 are possible. But okay, first let's probably finish with the development. Like bishop d7, yes, looks logical.
And I guess g4 will come. Maybe after g4, maybe the white bishop will also go to g2 on the long diagonal.
Bishop goes to d3. Okay, maybe she wants to take sometimes on f5. So immediately Daisy goes back with her knight, keeps both knights alive. Maybe hoping to get to d5 as well.
It also bishop d3 makes a lot more sense than my suggestion of putting the bishop to g2, because from d3 the bishop is guarding the pawn on c2, which could become important if black plays rook c8 and tries to create some counterplay on the c5.
I like this h5 as well, because maybe sometimes the rook can also join the battle from h3 or h4. Let's see, also takes space from the knight. Knight cannot jump on g6. Maybe it was kind of threat already that would go there. I don't know what about knight d5. Without this dark square bishop, maybe all these attacks are not working, but still can be some knight c3 jumps at certain point. So white should be careful, like knight a5 and knight c3 is possible sometimes.
And I think queen g3 was a logical square for the queen, keeping an eye on the pawn on e5 and at the same time attacking g7. I think Daisy might actually castle queenside here.
Queenside, yes, not taking care that much of the pawns on
yeah,
g7.
I mean, I say that, but it's easier for us to say it. I mean, suddenly I was thinking, okay, castle queenside, and then what if white just takes on g7?
So queen b6, what is the idea? I have feeling that, yes, all these kind of tricks of French defense can start. Like maybe she wants to play rook c8 and knight c3. Maybe she decided that the best place for the king is just on e8. So maybe rook c8 is possible. Actually, like knight c3, it doesn't look like a threat, except that the rook is hanging.
Maybe white could... I was just going to say, maybe white will put the knight on e2 to keep an extra eye on c3, but knight f3, of course, the more active square. Maybe the knight will also at some point jump to g5 and then to e4. White is also looking for some outposts.
So she's proposing to exchange those bishops, which is logical. Yes, this French bishop, if you can exchange it normally, it's a good idea. So let's see what white will do now. If we can avoid.
She might play knight g5, and try to bring the knight to e4, something like this.
Knight d6 after, yeah. So both sides have some ideas. It's very double-edged position, sharp. Yes, bravo, great move. Knight g5, also like it, and. Just you know, white should also do something, create some counterplay, because pieces are coming close also. So like, I don't know, probably you have to take with the queen, because if it's c8 and knight c3.
I don't know if we want to take a move to play. No, but king b1, then we run into knight c3 now, so that we don't want to do. So maybe just knight e4.
Maybe.
Make sure there are no tricks. Yeah, knight e4.
Knight e4, yes, I like this move. I mean, at least you're trying to get also to the nice square, and you, by the way, protect c3 square as well.
And I'm still curious, you know, will Daisy just play maybe with the king in the center? I mean, after knight d6, what's her idea? Surely she will not take. I think she will play king d7.
d7, yes. I don't know. We're ready to give up the pawn on f7. Maybe if you take on f7, then rook c8 comes.
C8.
Yeah, it's getting dangerous for white as well. Yes, I mean, that's pretty nice.
Maybe we can play rook h4.
Right now, trying to take the pawn on d4.
Yeah, but
Really.
Rook h4. I like rook h4, I'm not sure.
Rook h4, yes, it's meant to be done at one day.
Yeah, exactly.
How can you bring the rook into the game? Yes, rook h4 is... yes.
But rook h4, maybe black can... I don't know, can black do something like f6? It gets really, really messy. Both players are approaching the 1 minute mark.
It shows the position is complicated. After rook h4, I would probably take the knight on d6, to tell you the truth, and play maybe knight f5. Bravo. So the move is played. I think it's the best move in the position. So now Daisy should also understand what she's doing. Maybe take on d6, knight f5, winning a couple of tempos, and more or less typical idea sometimes to keep. Yeah. So this is what. It was getting dangerous, yes. How you protect the pawn on d4?
We are both calling, you know, a lot of... In this game, I feel we finally warmed up after 5 rounds.
It's like we're playing against each other. Yes,
Yeah.
like here.
But maybe
Finding all the moves.
Yeah,
Yes.
I was wondering actually if white might just take on d4, give the exchange back. Oh no, what am I saying? Sorry, there are two defenders. No.
Don't prefer. But now actually white wants to play g4. This last move is like she moved the rook, but she's inviting black to take on d6, and then she will take on d4.
Yeah.
And then here we go. Where is the compensation? Yes, so knight f6.
And now the rook has to go back, maybe to e2 or e1.
A good move, knight f6. Yes,
Yeah.
rook e1, and now you can take on d6 without losing the pawn on d4. So it's very important intermediate knight f6. And she doesn't even bother to take this pawn. Look, she plays rook c8.
Yeah, but now
again.
the knights are somehow a bit more far from the action.
So bishop f4, defending the pawn. I mean, not really, but let's say, again, with some ideas later to play g4 after maybe f3, something like that. Yeah, so
I think that white is actually doing well, but the knights are very tricky. So, you know, with both players under 1 minute now, that's one of the dangers I see for white's position, that every move you have to be so careful. But I would just drop the knight back to h2 and then follow up with this.
Can I play rook c3 here? I mean, I'm tempted to play something like that, like rook c3, b takes, d takes, and how do you protect against queen b2? Yes.
Very tricky.
I mean, Fiona, don't ask me twice to give a checkmate. You know, maybe I'm missing something, but when I see this move, I'm immediately like I'm trying to figure it out, because pieces are too close to the king, and he has no space to run.
No, I mean, rook c3 looks very tempting, actually.
Look at the time; it's already 10 seconds. She has to.
Oh my God, rook c3, Nastya!
Yeah, so rook c3. She was calculated, because look, it's not the move you can just play without calculation, right? So she spent all her time, all the way, and down with 10 seconds, she decided to go for it. Yes, no, but I think it's a good move. I just don't know what if white doesn't take it and just play queen e4. Yes, exactly what happened now, and just rook c4. You know, very calm. Maybe with some ideas to play knight c3 as well. Now I don't know.
Okay, so
this type of works.
If I go g4, yeah, that's the move I was wondering about.
Yes. And it's getting very, very, very tough. Knight c3. Look at this.
But again, do you have a threat? What if I just take on f5?
Wait, your queen is hanging right now.
Oh,
now
my queen is hanging. That's your threat. That's a big threat.
My small threat. So you have to move your queen,
Okay,
and
queen
then
d3.
queen d3. So maybe I can take on d1 at least. But
if you take on d1, can I take on c4?
So knight a4 could be a good try, but then queen c4.
7 seconds for Daisy, and the position
Wow,
is very...
knight a2. Look at this, what's going on. And what she will do after king b1, because let's say I think it's the best move here.
I guess, and now...
Maybe
she go for the win. She is going for the win.
Takes here.
But now there's a mate threatened. Now I cannot take on c4 any longer, which I wanted to do earlier.
Yes, queen b2 it is, yes. So now you have to move the rook is hanging, or knight d6. Knight d6, bishop d6. Actually, what to do with all pieces now?
Yeah.
She just wins the knight.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
And
so
white is winning. I mean, there's no more counterplay here. Queen takes d4, I guess.
She gains a couple of pawns, but maybe it's not enough. Wow, what a turn.
Incredible. I think she should take the central pawn on d4, no? Maybe she takes with the rook. That's actually clever to keep the queens on the board.
Queen d1 or queen d4, yes. Wow, with such a pawn on d6 now, it's lost position. By the way, was it possible queen e7? Maybe it was possible.
Yeah.
Instead of queen e4, but okay.
I think she will take with the pawn, yeah. I think she doesn't want to play this endgame against all the pawns. Now she's keeping everything safe, and white... Maybe queen h7 here.
Yeah.
Or queen f3, same idea.
Same idea, yes.
White is completely winning.
Queen h5 now.
Yeah.
I mean, there is no any kind of checks.
Queen f7. Queen f7. Still, it's not...
But look, it's found some kind of, some kind of counterplay. Like if bishop h2, this bishop, at least for some time, it's out of play, and black has queen f1, queen f2, things become a little bit trickier.
You know, I'm getting a flashback. I played against Daisy actually at the World Junior in 2008, and she was much higher rated than me, but I got a a completely winning position, but she defended so resourcefully that I couldn't win this game, and I still think about it, now,
Wow.
15 years later.
I can imagine what you're talking about. Yes, it's very, very unpleasant. Yes, when you
Yeah.
had this position. Maybe it's a draw at the end of the day. Try to win this position. The only advantage White has is this pawn on before, but it's doubled and
I feel that
draw.
White has great chances, actually. Because
To win,
White...
yes.
Okay, but can I not just exchange... Oh, no, I can't exchange queens, but what if...
She's provoking her to play c4 in order to open the king.
Yeah.
Yes, but I don't know if c4 take king takes before or what. Isn't it some checkmates? No.
It looks very close. I mean, queen e7. No, but
Yes,
b7
queen
is
e7.
defended, actually. And what's her idea now if queen takes
yeah,
b4?
queen c5. Now she wants to give a checkmate in one.
And after queen b4, her idea is what? Probably queen e5, yeah?
Yes.
But when
now
did
it
she
should.
go to e5?
Good point. Good point. You could take on e6 after, right?
Yeah, with
I
the
think it's
check.
also. This is what we've seen a little bit with games of Maria's, that she's getting a little bit under time pressure. She
Yeah.
starts mistakes. I think she offered a draw, right?
Yeah, now I think it's just a draw. I mean,
Yes. I will just accept it. Yes. I don't know.
I think it's even dangerous to keep playing as White. Okay, they endanger. What a game that was. That was crazy.
No, this was really fun. Yes, I mean, it seems maybe Daisy was winning somewhere, but we couldn't see the clear
No.
way, right? How she could give the checkmate to the king. It looked dangerous, but at the end, she was the one who lost the piece and
Yeah,
got
and
into
Maria
trouble.
was definitely... I mean, even here, if I just go back a few moves... Just, I don't know, this moment after queen takes b4... I don't know, can I analyze? So if White gives a check on e5... but maybe the problem was Daisy was planning queen c5, and if we take on e6, there is queen d4 check, and this pawn is going to fall on f4. That was probably her idea.
I see.
But wait, if I go king a2 and you take, then I think I will... Will I checkmate you? No, maybe not. No, okay, never. I think Daisy maybe had planned all this, actually.
Yes, I mean, but what a game! Yes, it's a nice game, and she still keeps leading. As I guess she lost half a point, so it cannot be now any more perfect result.
No.
But still not so bad.
Let's see what happened in the other games. Suddenly there are now two players who are not playing anymore in this main event. Looks like Laman stopped playing, which is very strange because she was doing so well. There's a question in the chat, where was the advantage lost? I'm not sure where exactly, but I feel somewhere around here when this g5 happened. Maybe after g5 on move 42, maybe White could play bishop e5 just to not get
Yes,
this
it
bishop
was important.
lost. Yeah.
Yes, to keep the bishop alive. Yes, not to make it on h2. Yes.
Because what was
Yes.
the material? It was 5. Yeah, I mean, Daisy only had one pawn for the bishop. So I think maybe this moment, I think maybe bishop e5 was good here. Let's take a look at the standings. Only one round to go now. So Daisy 5.5, and who I think is Huang Tibao on 5. And the rest are already out of contention. Then the next person is on... Oh, actually, no. The second place is Wum Nayam. Okay, so we don't know actually who that is. But she is half a point. And has she actually played against Daisy? Or are they playing in the last round?
Maybe. Let's check what's happening in the last one.
No, but... Oh, no. I think we have a big anti-climax. Because Daisy is playing against a player who I think stopped playing.
Oh, that's a pity.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
what's happening? Maybe then we move to under 16
Yeah,
section.
let's
But
see.
Fiona, we still should keep in mind that maybe second place in the main section are still
True.
is still important.
that is
Because
true.
if Daisy goes as a player, then
But I think at least one of the Vietnamese players, maybe even both, I think they're also on the national team. So it could
Play
be
for the
very...
team.
So let's see what happened in the under 16 in round 6. Oh, Samantha won by forfeit. Her opponent didn't play.
Wow.
And Chembrulu also won her games. So Samantha is still on 6 out of 6. And Chembrulu on 5. So I guess Samantha will win this one. And let's check the under 9. In the under 9 we have one player, we don't know her name, but she's from Malaysia. She is leading with 5 points. So those are the standings before the last round. Let me just quickly see. So I will open this game in the under 9 for the last round, and in the under 16 we will see Samantha's last game, but let's go back to the main event. So I think, unfortunately, that Daisy's opponent isn't playing any longer.
Yeah, so whom we will choose instead?
I think the player in second place, probably. The woman I am from Vietnam. And she will play against... But maybe... I mean, Laman also didn't play round 6, so I don't know if she will play round 7. We will see if any of those 2 games are played. If not, we will maybe just see the game between Erin Bayern and Maria Komiagina.
Yes, okay, so we'll see. You know, it's important to play every tournament until the end, even if you are not winning this tournament anymore. It's a great opportunity still to train, to check, I mean, your strengths and so on, to learn something. Like, you know, I don't remember myself like leaving any tournament, withdrawing from the tournament. Like, it was such a shame to do something like that. It was like, no matter what result you have, you had to finish what you have started, right?
Exactly.
I know what about... But it was like that before. Nowadays I see different situations, and like we had different rules.
Yeah, I feel like I completely agree with you. I think I withdrew once or twice for health reasons, because I wasn't... Actually, one time was very funny. I don't know if funny is the right word, but I was playing because I have the double citizenship, Luxembourgish and French, and in my last year as a junior, I played in the French junior, but I didn't want to play in the women's because I knew I played for Luxembourg, so I played in the open junior section. And I really wanted to play this event, but I got, during the tournament, I actually had to go to hospital, and I had gallstones. And they told me I need to have my gallbladder removed, and they said you have to do the surgery immediately because you have an infection. I remember I said to the doctor, but I'm playing the tournament only 5 days. Only 5 days are left. I really want to... I said to him, what will happen if I just finish the tournament? And the doctor said to me, well, because you have an infection, maybe you will turn all yellow in the face, and then this, and then that, and then you might die. And I said, okay, I will go home.
It was a really important reason to withdraw or not to go for the tournament, Fiona.
I know. I mean, and then actually this was the only time that the tournament actually asked me for like a proof, like why did I withdraw?
Yes, okay. But again, this is normal. This is common to us for the reason. Like, I remember myself playing with fever, with whatever. I mean, before COVID times, it was, I think, very, very common for players to play no matter what, with a headache, with a fever, and like you are almost dying, but you will still finish the game. This was our mentality.
But I think that really it changed a lot now. I see so many tournaments, so many players, when they're just having a bad tournament, they just withdraw. And I agree with you. I think it's a pity, really.
I don't know, maybe it's better for your psychology at least, you know, like I remember myself suffering also so much, but of course it's maybe it's better for your psychology, but what to do with the organizers who has done this event, and let's say the results which you have done should be counted for the other players.
For your opponent, that's what I was gonna say. In this tournament, I think especially you should play until the end, because it's a 8 players round robin, so it also changes, you know, everything for your opponents.
That's for sure, yes. So we still have like a few minutes to go, yes, and it's the last round of this event, and yeah, I mean, so far so good. It's great that such events they exist. It gives really great opportunities for all the girls around the world to come and join, no matter what rating they have, what ambitions, just, you know, to give it a try. And now with also Queen's Gambit last 2 years, I think we experienced booming in women chess. More girls want to play, and that's really great. And more people like kind of understand that chess is also just a normal sport for girls, and more parents consider it as one of the options, which is, again, I mean, I really like this fact. I have my daughter who plays chess also a little bit, and even maybe she just had this very great difficult experience. She lost all the games in the tournament, which was okay. She was one of the youngest participants at the weekend. Yes, she's 7, yes, but again, like I was trying to cheer her up, telling her that, come on, it's not about now results, it's more about your experience. And it's like your first event, okay, so just try to do your best, and that's the only thing you should try at this moment. But okay, she didn't take it easy, but it's an experience which you have to go through and see what kind of person you are at the end of the day. Can you cope with this pressure or not? And she will keep trying, it seems like.
That's good.
Yes.
Did she still enjoy playing the tournament?
Yes, it's fine. She also enjoyed the atmosphere, and this is what I also like about events. This event was organized by FIDE in Estonia. Again, Women's Commission was doing a great thing, and Anastasiya Sorokina, she's very active. Dana Reznitsa-Ozola. I mean, they're really trying to do very nice events, chess for all for chess. Many girls are involved, and these events give such a good energy and feedback. So I visited this event lately, and I brought my daughter first time. And believe me, she was crying when we were leaving. She was telling me what a great tournament, great country. She met so many new friends, and Ukrainian girls were playing in the team. And so it was a very emotional event for her. No matter what was the result, she will remember it. And I'm sure the same goes for the other girls who took part. So more events like this for girls, I really think that it's something which should be developed. And this is what actually FIDE is doing, and Women's Commission as well. So this event is a part of overall program which Anastasiya and Dana, they're doing right now, and together with the help of many other girls from Women's Commission as well. Yes, so
it's great work. I really think it's so important, and I actually feel that compared to, and I don't know if you will agree or not, but when I started playing, I feel there were really a lot less girls than now. When I look around, I feel there is so much more. There's more events, so I really feel that we're moving in the right direction.
Absolutely. No, that's great. Also they have many events in America with only girls, where only girls are playing. I mean, also many mixed events. And again, the presence of girls is different right now, and everybody admits it. So support is very important. Like, same for girls, because it doesn't matter. I mean, when you're a kid and you're losing the game or you go through difficult times, you need, of course, a lot of support from your trainers, from people around you. And also you should try always to find some strengths in yourself, which is not that easy when you are small. But I mean, I believe that chess also shows your personality and what kind of person you can be. And all of us will keep developing year by year. So I don't know, maybe it's time already for the last round. I'm not sure.
Yeah, let me see if this... Because let's see. Okay, no, I think no games have started yet.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I guess Daisy will make her first move, even if her opponent is not there. Let's see. No. Oh, now we have moves. Oh, and actually, no, I think Daisy's opponent is just not there.
She's gone. He's not playing anymore, yes.
No, so okay, we can follow the game between... Let me just see if this game is going. Yes, and is... No, Laman has unfortunately, I think, also left the tournament. Let's see, her clock is ticking.
Step by step. Yes, this...
No, okay. Let's follow the game between Erin Bayern and Maria Komiagina. I think, unfortunately, only 2 games are going in this last round, so we'll follow this one.
Unfortunately, I don't have access for the moment to the games. I don't know why it's happening, but I will keep trying, and so far maybe I'll have some short delay.
Sure.
Just for you to know.
No worries. So So we saw this open Sicilian here. What is this called? I'm so bad with opening names. Never mind. One of the big ideas here, of course, will all
Not
be
my cup of tea. It's not my cup of tea either.
So a lot of
The
the strategy in this game will revolve around the outpost on d5. And white, I think, with this last move, queen e2, she indicates that she wants to castle queenside, and we'll get another very interesting, possibly quite a sharp battle here. Because I think white will castle queenside and black is playing a6, which is indicating she is getting ready to play b5. She's also just taking away the b5 square to make sure the knight cannot jump to b5 or something like this.
I have already access to the game. I
Good.
also follow it. I believe also that white will also try to do something on the king side, yes, by pushing g4, and this
There
is
she
what's happening.
goes, yeah.
Yes, this is very typical, typical plans. But the good thing for black, she still thinks where to go, and maybe even to keep the king in the center.
Yeah, I always feel these positions are very tricky. I mean, I never played the Sicilian as black, but when I look at these positions, I feel it's often not so
A lot
easy.
of excitement. Yes. A lot of excitement.
A
Yeah,
lot.
I played all my life e5, but nowadays, like, I'm checking more, like, what for blitz you can play whatever you want, and then it gives you more opportunities, different openings to try different ideas. Yes, so b5, yes, with the idea to push even further the pawns. Typical ideas for the opposite castling. We push all your pawns, all your soldiers, they go forward, opening the lines, the diagonals, and then we are trying to take advantage with as much as we can.
Yeah,
Bring
and
our-
king b1 is another very standard move just to prophylactically get the king out of the c-file. And well, the game continues very thematically. White is just pushing her pawns on the king side, as Anastasiya was saying.
Yes. Who is going to be first?
Who is
always
going
the
to be
question.
first?
Yes.
And the big question, where will the black king go? Will it go anywhere? Will it stay on e8 for now? I think those are some big questions to answer for Maria.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea maybe to keep the king in the center, because like white doesn't really want to play g5 now, because then you take with the pawn and there is this spin, yes, and you don't really want to take it with the bishop because you want to open some files. So white will need to spend some time maybe developing the bishop to g2.
Yeah.
Who knows? And so temp is very important here. The speed is very important. So the one who attacks, whose attack goes first and who is more successful, who is faster. Normally, this person gets to the king first.
Yes.
So speed is important, no matter where it is. Yes, on the roads or on the chessboard. So
In chess, it's important to be fast. In the roads, better to be not so fast.
it's important, yes, but it can be with a different scenario. Yes,
Important to respect the speed limits.
Exactly. So speed is also important here. Like, I mean, you can speed up sometimes at the wrong moment and lose all the advantage you have, or you can actually find the correct way how to do it. Yes, it's tricky. It's always tricky, but opposite castling is always exciting because we can see that both sides are trying to do something here.
Okay,
So
and
knight
white decides to exchange the knights and jump into d5.
Yes, and the question is like what you are going to do now with this d5. The only thing is like when you play knight d5, then d6 pawn is never on danger anymore. After you take d5 with the pawn, black at least don't have these troubles connected normally with the weakness of d6 pawn. But now the bishop is a little bit out of play. Yes, the black bishop needs to find a way.
Yeah, and the black knight is trying to relegate. I don't know if the knight wants to go to b6 and then later c4, or if it just wants to go to c5. I feel like white should take care of this bishop on f1, but I'm not sure where the bishop wants to go. I was just going to say, actually, that f4 is also very tempting, while the king is still in the center, to ask the king some questions, to try and open up the position.
Yes, in the spirit of the position, but probably black. Wow, I like this move rook c8. Black doesn't react.
Yeah.
Just okay. If to take on e5, take it. So I will take it with the knight. And we're also trying to bring pieces into the game, perhaps with some ideas. So white takes on e5, probably hoping to play bishop d4 or f4 after knight takes on e5. So black should be also careful. Maybe a bishop f6 will be the next move.
But I kind of like those latest developments for black a little bit. But still very double-edged. Bishop f4.
Bishop f4, bishop f6, and again, if the bishop was on g2, g5 could be the move, but still it's not that possible. After bishop f6, g5, black will just take on g5, using the fact that rook on h1 is still... But let's count until the end. g5 take, rook h1, I take on f6. Okay, you take with the pawn. I don't think there is something here.
I also looked at this line and I thought it doesn't look like it's enough. Maybe bishop g2, I don't know. Do we have time for this quiet move?
I thought also actually about g5 take and bishop h3, closing this file and then taking on g5. Maybe it was something possible, but again, I don't see, I didn't calculate that far away. Maybe it's intermediate moves. Yeah, so it's hard to say if it was.
But it was definitely an interesting option.
Yes, bishop h3 was possible also, yes. Instead of bishop g2.
That's true.
Yeah,
okay, maybe this rook should... Maybe rook c4? Yeah,
you need to do something, definitely, to create some ideas, because, white's next move is simply g5, yes? So, queen b4, with the same ideas, right? And if you play bishop g2, you take on g4.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe rook f1... But now the queen
I think it's getting dangerous. Rook f1, knight c4.
But the knight is pinned.
That's a pin. Yes. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. But but maybe then rook f1. Maybe move the king. Okay, maybe even castle finally if the rook from h1 leaves.
Yes. Maybe with some ideas, because it's getting already dangerous also for white. Like knight c4 are in the air. Or some other ideas, like something similar to what we've seen in the game of Daisy. Yes, so yes, bishop e4.
Okay.
Bishop e4.
Okay, it makes some sense, yeah, just keeping an eye on everything. But now there is no more pin on the knight.
Yes, and I'm thinking about knight c4, as you can imagine. But she decided to make it easier. Just made the castling with the same idea, knight c4. Maybe it's not still such a big threat. Like maybe I can still play g5, knight c4, b3, let's say.
Yeah, or maybe even start with bishop c1, keep everything under control. I don't know.
Exactly. Yes, so maybe it's still possible, but maybe bishop c1 first. Maybe even better, knight c4, b3. But then knight a3. Okay, so she decided to go for a3.
Actually, a3 makes a lot of sense.
To kick out this queen, yes. Sometimes we have this rule, when your pieces of your opponent come too close, just kick them out. Don't let them stay there forever. Go away. I don't want this queen anymore.
The only problem, of course, is that kicking the queen away is good, but a3 also creates a hook. Now black can play b4 with more power in the future, so it's a double-edged decision. But
yes, but Speed is important. It seems like white is actually ahead. Maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like can be the case, because where the bishop goes, you should take care of your pieces right now. And if the speed, because if you play with your bishop on e7, then I just take on h6, all white's pieces.
And the white queen is very well placed on e2, where it can join the game very quickly via h5.
And two bishops look at the king's side. Rook goes to g1. Yeah, it can be really dangerous. I'm ready to sacrifice everything in order to get to your king. It can be very, very dangerous now for black. Black should find maybe the only moves in this position.
Yeah, I have to say we haven't seen so many of Erin's games, but I think even against Daisy, she put up a great fight. I think I've been quite impressed with the games we have seen from her. And really difficult decision now to make. I don't think Maria can take on g5.
So but maybe let's say bishop b7, you take on h6, g6, but oh my gosh, then h5, so it's I think now speed is very, very important. So the fact that she managed to push this g5 is important. And you can see that Maria Komagina spends lots of time because she realizes that her attack didn't work immediately. And so now White has created lots of threats.
Yeah, so I
Here.
suspect she will take on h6.
Yeah, I don't see the move for black right now, to tell you the truth. Yes, she takes on h6, also g6, but really I didn't know what to do after h5. Because then you
Okay, let's
threaten to
say
take on...
h5, then what you're threatening to take? Or...
I just threatened, yes, maybe to take even the knight and then take on g6, which is completely ruining the
So
h7.
let's
I
say
don't know everything.
h5, b4. I guess you will come
b4,
first.
yes. Yes. Maybe then I take on e5.
I take.
You take, I take on g6.
Yeah, I take on a3.
On a3, yes. I mean, okay, yes.
But it feels like I'm very slow. I don't even
like
have a
g7
threat yet.
probably.
Yeah.
Just play g7 and like you are not
yeah.
on. You can play a2 or you take on b2, but like I push h7. Yes, it feels like White is. I cannot still, of course, calculate everything until the end. But I remember once Judith Polgar was asked about this. How can you calculate actually in this type of positions with opposite castling? And she also said that you develop this kind of feeling also, who is going first? Yes, which speed is better. I don't know if I created it. Maybe some small one since I'm playing chess for some time. But still, it's so tricky. Like still, you have to try to calculate until the end. Bishop f6, yes. So she goes for h5, but maybe there are some tricks here. The bishop came back to this long diagonal, and maybe some moves like knight c4 with idea knight a3 may work.
But it all feels quite slow, right? But okay, no, you're right. I think knight c4 has to be tried.
But then I take on g6.
And I
then
take on a3, like you said?
Yes, I take, you take on a3, and I think I was going first because the king was under such attack. Yes. So now she takes, and now I think bishop b5.
F5, yeah, and the king.
Bishop b5 and then bishop g6. Maybe still okay.
But still the king will hide on h8 and it's not over yet.
Yes. Yes, you're right. It's not. So she decides to bring heavy
heavy artillery.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Okay, rook g8. And somehow it's never quite over. Black is defending very resourcefully.
Exactly, yes. Bravo, Maria Komagina. She's in such a difficult situation. She keeps calm and still creates lots of ideas. Because even now,
how do we bring the queen? I mean, we have to be careful because suddenly Black also has some
ideas. I agree completely. Yes. So like, you have to find a way. Maybe queen g4 was idea.
But c2 is hanging.
Yes. No, but bishop
is.
Yes, bishop, it's crazy. But yes, rook c2 maybe is still possible. I know the queen will be hanging as well. Yeah. So yeah, it's not possible, but a nice attempt. Now maybe something like b4. Yes, before. You know why? It's a funny move because now queen defends d7 square from before. Yeah, so White doesn't have this queen d7 idea, and she should still take care of her king as well. h7. Look at this. Rook g7 is not possible. Rook
because
on c8.
The rook is hanging, yeah.
Wow. So if rook f8, now I think you can, again, what? Bishop f7. Look, bishop f7, queen c2. Oh my gosh. So bishop f5 was the same idea to play maybe sometimes like queen g8, but I mean, not immediately.
No, immediately. It works.
Yes, now. She can play queen. And she wins the game because
oh my God, what a beautiful finish.
Wow, this is nice. Yes,
what a way to end this tournament. This was such a beautiful, beautiful finish. Wow.
Queen g8, bravo.
Maybe just for our viewers, I will show what happens if rook takes, White gets a queen here. I don't know why I can't make a queen, but it would be checkmate. Yes. By the way, one of our viewers told me, I'm homeless on Wi-Fi, said instead of castling kingside, Black could have played rook c4, and if rook e1 to defend the bishop, then queen takes b2, queen sacrifice.
Wow.
And with what, knight d3 or what? Knight d3, king b1, and rook b4 is mate, yeah? Wow. That's really nice. Well spotted. And also I have Caroline in the chat, and she said that she actually played in the qualifier and she really enjoyed it. So nice to hear that, Caroline, and to see you here in the chat. Really happy you enjoyed the tournament. So let's see the results. Only one. This is really sad to see that only... no, one game is still going, actually.
Oh,
so let's go there. It is the women grandmaster from Vietnam with the black pieces. She has an extra exchange in the end game, and I think we saw her technique in the previous game, and I think here she will also convert. I feel the conversion here is a bit easier than in the opposite color bishop ending we saw earlier.
Yeah, and she has more time, right?
Yeah, here I think the king will just come around, and it's not... I think it's not easy for white. The king will come to b5.
I think she was checking bishop c5, but after a6 it was like hard to defend or after that. So that's why she came back to d2. And yeah, now it's hard. And like rook f2 even white, black, I think can... I don't know, you cannot really go for the pawn ending. For a second I thought about it. But
maybe you... no. Oh, can you? Are you sure? Maybe you can.
Maybe you can, but I mean, e6 pawn. Yes, you should. I mean, you should still.
But she has time. I think that's exactly what she's calculating right now, probably.
Rook f2, yes, idea.
So rook f2, king goes somewhere, and we take on d2. King takes. Okay, it makes sense to throw in a6 first.
Maybe, but you know, there is a nice move e5, maybe at certain point, right? Somewhere here. With the idea to create one of the pass pawns, yes.
But now she just forgot about the a pawn. Now it's
the pawn, yes. But I think e5 as a resource is possible. Like you create, white will also create a pawn, but your pawn can be stronger.
But now the king is in, and now just rook f2.
You don't need all these tricks. No tricks anymore. You just want rook d2 and king b4. Finish the game. Yes. Wow. Yes. Now it's rook d2. Yeah. Yes. Finished. So. Black converted to the pawn ending and won the game.
Very nice. So I think that was the last game in the main Queen's Festival. So let's see the final standings. Let me see. I'm gonna finally... Okay, no, let's first see the game. No. Sorry, I'm gonna just fix the standings here. Okay, let me do... Sorry. I'll just do something so that they can see the whole standings.
So Daisy won, yes.
Daisy did win.
Half a point ahead, not that. So it was a big fight.
It was close, yes.
Between first and second place, yes, it was really close.
So what did I touch something here? Okay, so these are at the bottom of your screens, the final standings with the flags and everything. So we can see that Daisy won the tournament with 6.5, as you said, half a point clear of the Women International Master. We're not sure who it was, but from Vietnam. She scored 6, only losing to Daisy. Great tournament for her. In third place on 4.5. The women GM from Vietnam, you're also not too sure who it was. And Erin Bayern, I think, played a great tournament to finish on 50%. And then Maria Komiagina on 3. And unfortunately, the bottom 3 players, I think the last one didn't play any games, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe just 1 or 2. But let's see the final standings now in the under 16. So in the under 16.
Perfect result, Fiona.
We have a perfect result. Samantha Dolly.
7.
Wow. What a result for her. Congratulations. And Jamburlu Diva Bhavani only lost one game to Samantha, finished on 6 points, so congrats to her as well. We're not too sure who that is in third place. And finally, in the under 9, we have a winner from Malaysia. We only have the flags here, nothing else. So Malaysia ahead of Sri Lanka and Kazakhstan.
That's great. I mean, congratulations to all girls. You just won the right to come to the Budapest, to the Budapest Olympiad. That's really cool news. And Daisy was coming probably in any case, but now she got
a double invite.
To be a tourist or to be a player. It's always
exactly.
nice to have the choice, right? So that's, I think, the great prize from FIDE, which all the winners will look forward for. It's also great to wait for the next trip coming, for some nice holidays.
Absolutely, for sure. Congratulations to all winners. By the way, in the main section, I'm being informed that the second place finisher was Hong An Nguyen. So congrats to her. And yeah, I think that is going to conclude our commentary. But once again, congratulations to all the winners. Thanks to the Women's Commission, to FIDE, for making this festival possible. And to everyone, big congrats to everyone who played. I hope all the girls, all the women enjoyed the event. Nastya, it was such a pleasure commentating with you.
Same for me, Fiona. I was looking for it for so long. I mean, finally we were united in the same tournament, and I'm happy that it was a women event especially. Yes, all the best for all participants, and of course check the schedule and FIDE calendar, and hopefully the next event will be even bigger, and with some nice prizes from FIDE side.
Absolutely. So keep an eye out next year for the 3rd edition. And I think, Nastya, I will end the show with playing the videos from Nastya Sorokina and Dana Reznica Olzola one more time. They would have loved to be here with us, but they are busy at the match in China right now. So I will end the stream with playing their video message from China one more time. Thank you so much, Nastya, for being here with me. It was such a pleasure. Thank you to all of you who are watching us today. It was so much fun covering this event, and I'm sure both Anastasiya and I will see you very soon. Thank you for watching.
Thank you for watching, guys, and all the best of luck for all of you who are playing in the tournaments or who don't. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. And Anastasiya, you can leave the call because I can't mute you because of the videos, so I'll just let you go. Thank you so much. Have a great day, everyone. Bye-bye-bye.
Greetings, dear ladies, the participants of the Queen's Festival and Little Princesses Tournament. I'm sending you the warm full greetings from China, from Shanghai. I'm sitting in the chair of the current world chess champion, Zhu Wenjun, and on the opposite side there's a chair of Lei Tingjie, the challenger. So those are two strongest players in the world for now. They are competing to understand who would be holding the crown. So my wish to you is that this tournament you are now participating at would be one little element in your future chess career ladder. Probably one day one of you might be sitting here at the top of the Olympus of chess, fighting for the crown. But even if it's not the case, I'm pretty sure that the experience, the emotions, the knowledge, the skills you will get in this tournament will help you to become the better personalities, if not the champions of chess of the world, then the champions of your lives. Wishing you good luck and lots of excitement.
Dear participants of Queens and Princes Chess Festival, on behalf of FIDE Women Commission, I greet you today, and I'm very happy that you play in our tournament. Our mission is to make that all women all around the world, all girls, will start playing chess, and I hope one day we can reach this goal. I wish you good luck, and I hope to see you next year in Olympiad in Budapest.